Morning, everybody, on this rather sultry morning. I hope everyone's got access to a bit of a fan, at least, to keep us vaguely cool at this moment. Welcome to the meeting of the SDNPA's Policy and Resources Committee. My name's Melanie Hunt, and I'm chair of the committee. I'm delighted to welcome today our members, or non-committee members, in fact, to our meeting. Sam Page, who will join us, she's the Changing Chalk project manager, and Amanda Craig, who's here from our internal auditor, and Peter Barber, our external auditor. I just need to remind members that we have a primary responsibility for ensuring that the authority furthers the national park purposes and duty, and that members regard themselves first and foremost as members of the authority and will act in the best interests of the authority and of the park rather than as representatives of any interest groups. Could I ask you please to check that you've got your mobile phones on silent, and if you need to leave, please just sneak out quietly, thank you, without a big fuss. Can I please remind members to speak clearly and directly into the microphone, and remember to turn your microphone off when you have finished speaking, otherwise you will be the subject of ridicule. Thank you. I'd like to note that this is the first P&R meeting for Yvonne Gravely, welcome Yvonne, and Tom Neville. Welcome, Tom. Tom's come over fresh from the planning committee to join us, so bringing some interesting experience from there. I don't know if you'd just each like to just say a couple of words about your representation here and what you're bringing. So Yvonne first.
Thank you. I'm actually delighted to be here because I've got a weird kind of fascination with policy and procedure, having an HR background and employment law, and latterly was an ethical auditor, so would analyse policies and procedures to make sure that companies were treating their staff correctly. So, but I'm here as a county councillor. Got into politics kicking and screaming because of my daughter, who is MP for Chichester.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And Tom.
Thank you. So come over from the planning committee. I'm a borough councillor in Eastbourne Borough, so I represent Eastbourne, but on the South Downs. Really interested in policy, actually. Quite interested in policy design as well, so like the wording really matters. So yeah, really looking forward to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Welcome, Tom. I'd also like to welcome Alison Potts to her first meeting as well. I think members all know Alison, but I don't know, do you want to say anything? No. If you'd like to talk to Alison, please do so over lunch. But welcome anyway, we're delighted that you're with us. And I'd also like to thank two colleagues who've recently moved on from the committee. The first one is Vicky Wells, who was our deputy chair and has moved over to the planning committee, so sort of swap with Tom, really. And Tom Forcade, Tom who has cycled over just to see us all, which is fantastic. Tom was our independent SIPFA member, and he served 2 terms of 4 years with us. He's brought enormous experience and relevant insights to the work of the committee for all of that time. Tom, your expertise in strategic climate change through resource management, energy transition, and the development of environmental industries have all really given you a fantastic range of skills and expertise to bring to bear on the work that we do here. Tom came with both public and private sector experience and a very deep and relevant understanding of local and national government. So a perfect all-rounder. You've been absolutely invaluable to us, and thank you so much for the support and challenge that you've provided through your role. Would you like to just say a couple of words?
Yeah. You want to take a mic on the
Would you like to come and sit just at the end with the mic? Yeah, yep. Last time, make the most of it.
Well, 8 years ago, when I joined the authority in this role, Charles was still a prince. The UK was still part of the European Union. Trump derangement syndrome wasn't a thing, and not many people were searching bird flu on Google search terms, but how the world has changed in the last 8 years. Through all of that time and all of those challenges and changes, I'd like to applaud the passion and integrity of the team that keep this authority running and adapting through all of those challenges, as it has been an extraordinary period of change and will continue to be. So thank you to the team, to the staff, but also the role of the authority, I think, has evolved, and its visibility has evolved considerably, not least due to the energy and commitment that Vanessa and Sean and others have put into raising the profile, continually building relationships, and batting way beyond the size of the team we have. So that's a great thing. And finally, I've been involved in governance structures at a national level, regional, local, public and private, and I think that the governance support that's provided to members here is exemplary. Moreover, the chairing of the meetings by Melanie and others really does bring the team together to have the right level of and quality of debate. It is a team sport and it is an art. So you're something of a sort of maestro and a World Cup winning team manager at the same time. So it's been a privilege to be involved. I will be still living in the park and wanting to do things to help and support in whatever capacity I can, whether it's to do with the authority or not. But thank you for the opportunity and wish you all well in the authority and the park going forwards.
Thank you very much, Tom. And we have a small token of thanks for you and a card. Oh, yeah. Actually, if it... Tom, if it doesn't fit on the bike, I can take it home for you. Oh, that was good, wasn't it? Okay.
Thanks very much.
All right.
The final meeting, actually,
Don't let me forget that's down. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. What a way to go. Striding out of the door. Okay, on to business then, colleagues. Just to say, in terms of the agenda ordering, we will need to consider agenda item 14, the Q4 Corporate Performance Report, ahead of item 13, the annual review of planning performance, due to officer availability. So we have shifted that around. Okay, so moving into the agenda proper, apologies for absence. Richard.
We have received apologies from Soraya Abdulhadi, Will Banham, Emma Beard, Mark Fairweather, Teresa Fowler, Mark Potter, Arthur Sloman and Andrew Venn, and John Cross is stuck in traffic but will be joining us at good time.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Richard. Item 2, can I ask if any members wish to disclose an interest on any item on the agenda? No? Okay, excellent. Minutes of the previous P&R meeting on the 19th of February, if you can cast your minds back that far. Does anyone have any point of accuracy that you'd like to raise in the minutes? I won't go through page by page unless anyone has anything. Nope. Okay, so are you content that I can sign the minutes as an accurate record? Yep. Can I ask for a show of hands, just so that Richard can... Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't believe there are any updates on previous committee decisions. Is that correct? So. No, because we covered it NPA, didn't we? The other one. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Item 5, are there any urgent matters? No. And we have no one who has asked to speak to us under item 6, sadly. Item 7, we just have one appendix where there is exempt information, which is Appendix 3 of item 17. And when we get to take that item, if there's anything on the exempt appendix, could you please indicate, and we'll move into private session for that point. Okay, thank you. Right, item 8. So a verbal update from me. Just a few small points, really, but all very important. We had a really valuable P&R committee away day back in April. There's a full report on that on page 246 in the pack. It's in the appendix to the annual governance statement. And our review day is an important part of our contribution to good governance. And so those of you who weren't able to join us, you can see the sorts of things that we discussed there. We recently also had 2 other sessions for all members where we had a valuable opportunity to hear the latest on our green finance projects and to see examples of projects that are underway and those in their infancy. We also had an unseasonably wet and cool day at Whiston Estate. Seems amazing to think that we couldn't even leave our little hut at the edge of the vineyard because it was so wet. We had a really helpful look at planning for nature and the work of the landscape and operations team and the placemaking team and how they work in concert and where they overlap. And we also had a chance to see the developments at Whiston and hear about viticulture in particular. At the NPA on Tuesday of this week, and this is for our co-opted members to hear really, Vanessa Rowlands and Mark Potter were both confirmed as continuing in post as chair and vice chair. Congratulations to both of them for securing the unanimous trust and support of the whole authority. Also, as part of the New Year changes, I'm delighted to report that Stephen Ridgen and Lara Sonola will serve as deputy chairs for this committee for the forthcoming year. Finally, Stephen, Richard Sandiford and myself conducted a recruitment exercise to find 2 new co-optees for this committee. One to replace Tom, who sadly just left us, and another to help to broaden our expertise. The first one, Will Bannon, will join us, who has expertise and understanding of local estates, farms, and the rural economy. And that was a skills gap that we identified at our away day as being something that was quite critical for this committee. And we'll also welcome Andrew Venn as a SIPFA recommended co-optee. Andrew comes with significant project management experience from his work with the Forestry Commission and previously with Ofgem. I think particularly his approach to project management will be so valuable to us as we're moving into the next stage of a whole range of quite challenging projects to manage. So that's all from me. So we'll move on to item 9. Oh, sorry, does anyone have any questions? I've just rabbited on. No questions. Okay, excellent. So we'll move on to item 9, and I'll invite Amanda to join us, and Mark Winton is going to join her as well, although we're very clear that Amanda's the one in charge. Welcome. So we're looking at item 9 first of all, and we'll take questions on that and then move separately on to item 10.
I just thought I'd just give a quick update to the committee on what's happening with our internal audit service. I think we previously spoke about the fact that Orbis Internal Audit had disaggregated here. We formally disaggregated in June. We're building a new shared service, and actually we're nearly finished building a new shared service across East Sussex and Brighton. So that's gone really well. We've managed to retain our counter-fraud service, which I'm pleased to say doesn't get used very often at South Downs, but we've still got a counter-fraud service, and that was looking like that we might not be able to retain that. So if I'm honest, I don't think this committee will see any difference. I'm hoping you won't even realise it's a different provider or the same provider, but under a different name. We've decided, had a long talk about branding, and we're going to wait to LGR to decide on a formal brand and a new name and all that good stuff. But for now, it's East Sussex and Brighton. We'll continue to give you all the same level of resilience and same level of service that you've always had. We'll continue to use staff from East Sussex and Brighton to make sure that that you're getting the best people available to do the right audit and all that good stuff. So Yeah, that was it really. All you'll probably see is the Orbis Internal Audit logo has disappeared off your audit reports, and other than that, not a huge amount of changes are planned. I think because actually what we were doing was really good, and I'm really proud of what we were doing, so not a massive amount of change. Just on that, sorry, what I was going to mention was I'll be stepping away from the committee. I'll still be around. I'm still your Chief Internal Auditor. I just won't be coming along to these committees as frequently. I'll be leaving that up to Amanda, but you can still contact me if you need anything. I'll still be around for training and probably for the annual reports and that sort of stuff.
Thanks very much, Mark. Thank you. Amanda.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark. So agenda item number 9.
Would you mind having the microphone a bit closer, Amanda?
Of course. Ooh. Is that better?
Yeah.
Brilliant, sorry. So agenda item number 9 is our progress report. So it's just to note our progress from the last financial year of 25-26 and this financial year of 26-27. So to draw committee's attention to paragraph 3.1 of the report, income processing, we issued as final, which achieved an opinion of reasonable assurance, and a summary of that can be found in the appendix. That is our final audit of 25-26, so with that we've completed the 25-26 plan. And then our work in progress currently for 26-27, which can be found in paragraph 3.4. Payroll and equality, diversity and inclusion are both in progress currently. And then just to make you aware, green finance and planning income are both due to commence this quarter in quarter 2. And then just to draw committee's attention as well to appendix number 3, which is just the implementation of actions from our previous reports. Since previously reporting, 2 actions have been confirmed as being implemented by officers. There are 4 that are overdue for implementation, and there are 3 that are not due for implementation currently. Would it be helpful if I take questions on this one and then move on to agenda item number 10?
Yes, please. Thank you. So, colleagues, any questions on item 9? Firstly, about the audit, the income processing audit, if there are any questions on that. And then secondly, around the appendix and the action plan. Stephen.
Yes, regarding the reconciliation of the planning payments, were there any issues identified resulting from that? I don't see that in the report. Or by chance, did it all go smoothly, even though there was no reconciliation?
Thank you. So with the reconciliations, at the time of our review, they were undertaking sort of a backlog of reconciliation. So I can't probably answer your question definitively. That might be something for finance to be able to answer, if that's helpful.
Would you like to say something, Craig? Thank you.
Yes, so the reconciliation of the planning, that is something that we're still going through. We've reconciled up to the end of the financial year, but the team are still working through making sure that we've got a regular reconciliation in place and trying to make it as efficient as possible, because the previous system was not efficient at doing it.
But it didn't impact any payments to our host authorities or anything like that, as far as you're aware?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thanks, Stephen. Vanessa.
Yeah, it's just on the actions, the asset management actions that were supposed to have been done by sort of April, March last year. I mean, just checking, like, where is that actually happening in the system and the other ones, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Vanessa, for that. It was obviously something I was going to raise as well. I mean, sadly, as we know from reading item 10, it's still an issue in our annual audit report, and something that I am concerned about, that we appear to be having a lot of actions that are slipping. And I appreciate there are occasions where there are staffing issues, but to have so many having slipped over the last 2 years is of concern. And I know Richard and Sean have both had discussions about this. So I don't know which of you would like to lead on a response. Richard.
Yeah, I picked this up in the annual governance statement, which you'll see later on the agenda. So we noted it was one of the actions last year to look at this, and obviously it still read, whilst the reasons for the current ones that are outstanding are different to the ones from the previous year, it's still not a situation where we want to be in, where we have a number of outstanding audit actions. So there is a further action that we'll be taking forward, some changes, some further work building on sort of last year to try and support officers in ensuring that they understand what's required of them of an audit, and also coming out the other end of an audit in terms of the actions, the timeframes, how they can work with the auditors, with ourselves, in order to ensure that there's an appropriate time frame and a realistic time frame for them to be able to complete these actions, and any support that they need in actually ensuring those are completed.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I think the timescale point is really important, that people feel empowered to have that as a conversation. What's a realistic timescale, rather than something that they're not happy with. Vanessa?
Sorry, can I come back, because I'm quite a basic person, and it's, you know, this is, I just want to understand what is the process, what is it that they're having to report, what is the process, why has it been so slow? I don't understand.
Do you want Vicky?
No, I don't.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah,
you know, if it's all jargon to me, that's
No, that's great. Thank you.
We are in the final throes of writing the procedure note for the asset recognition and reconciliation process. We've had an upgrade of our asset management system in the meantime, so we've been able to add different categories which should support the audit process more fully going forward. We really are so nearly there, but it's on my plate, so it is happening.
Okay, so thank you, Vicky. So that's the first one on asset management, which is still to be addressed, but Vicky has that in hand, so thank you. So I've got Jerry and then Kat. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair. Have we sort of unwittingly discovered a shortfall in Brighton and Hove's suite of policies that in normal course we would expect them to resolve and we would adopt on the back of that? Or, you know, have we ended up being in the position of having to do work here when we would, under our 101 agreement with Brighton and Hove, have expected them to do that?
Yeah.
Or am I being too conspiratorial on that?
Thank you. That's an interesting one. I don't know whether Craig and or Vicky would like to say anything about that. Craig first.
I can come first. I think there's two aspects to the asset reconciliation. So Brighton Hove, we undertake the year-end accounting entries and we get the valuations. Obviously, they're commissioned through Vicky's team and go to Savills, so they are fully. The assets get valued, we get those receipts, we reconcile that to the asset register, which is then reported through the statement of accounts. I believe the reconciliation is making sure between the two sets of data that Vicky holds and that we're holding is correct and accurate. I don't think it's necessarily flawed. I think that Brighton's doing the element of the work that is required. It's just that assurance check between the two parties that we're carrying and holding the list of assets as we should. I think it's just ironing out the two sets of data.
Thank you. I thought Jerry's question was relating to the additions and disposal policy. Was it that I think it says Brighton and Hove don't have a policy on this, but we're developing our own. Can Vicky perhaps, could you? Yeah, Vicky, thank you.
Thank you. What we've discovered through researching other people's additions and disposal policies is about large estate value. It's not about our regular capital assets that we employ in the organisation. So it's like disposals, Brighton and Hove's is about like estate, like substantial estates issues. So it wasn't really something that we could adapt to. Yes, we bought this photocopier. And we're going to, so it wasn't something that was, it doesn't translate. So that's why we're starting from scratch in that respect.
Yeah, thank you, that's really helpful. So perhaps it's a little bit misleading where it says Brighton and Hove had no policy in the action update, which obviously they do. But it's just not appropriate for a smaller organisation such as ours. Thank you. Okay. Kat.
It was related to this point, but more hopefully a point of comfort, that when I was reading through the papers and flagged this, then you get to the Grant Thornton audit and they've also flagged it. So hopefully, you know, our mechanisms are working and our systems, and it won't fall through the cracks either, because sometimes, you know, we have such a list in one side and then it doesn't get transferred across. So I thought that was reassuring.
Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you very much. I mean, as I said, I think this is a problem that we've seen for 2 years, and now we're seeing it in internal and external auditors' comments. So, again, I'm grateful to Richard for explaining how that's been picked up in the governance statement. Sean, summing up.
Just, I mean, yes, we've had internal discussions, just reassurance, I guess, that we are taking this seriously and giving it priority so we can sort it, because one, it's about policies which we need to have in place, and the other is about how we manage our projects and our accounting and our finance through that, and that's something that we're continuously improving. We had the outturn yesterday, Tuesday, which I think we can see we're starting to become more accurate in landing. I don't know what it's like landing a parachute, isn't it, on the target at the end of the year, and all of this supports that. So, so yeah, we're giving it priority, but it's not great that we've let it slip. Recognise that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, I think we all know that the real sort of hard review of project management arrangements is something that's really going to tighten up a lot of systems. So I think that will be really valuable. Not looking at Alison too much or too much on her shoulders, but that's where it sits. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Can I ask you please to indicate if you're happy with the recommendations? Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, moving on to item 10. Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you, Chair. So item 10 is our annual audit report with the annual audit opinion for 25-26, so last financial year. So it's my pleasure to introduce this report. I want to extend thanks to everybody who has been involved with internal audit over the past financial year for their work and involvement and support to be able to undertake our work and produce our report at the end of the year. This document is important for committee in allowing members to discharge their duties in relation to strategic oversight of the authorities, control environment, risk management and governance arrangements, and also allowing members to assess the effectiveness of the internal audit service provided too. Just to state again, as I stated in our progress update, we've managed to complete 100% of our 25-26 internal audit plan, and that has resulted in an annual audit opinion of reasonable assurance, with work being underway for 26-27 currently. Just to draw members' attention to the key performance indicators located at the end of the report. As we've discussed as part of agenda item 9, it's just around that implementation of actions, which is currently sitting at 66.6% implemented, which is similar to the figure reported for 24-25. There are reasons for this, and we've discussed these with management. It's not a major concern, again, at the moment, and just management are considering options for this as well, which I'm sure they will highlight. Are there any questions on this one at all? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions on the annual report? No. I mean, sorry, Kat.
That's right, a last minute one. I just wondered where we are struggling to fulfil things and getting a red R. What percentage would take us out of that? Because we're obviously at 66.6. Is it 70%? 80, is it as clear cut as that?
95.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I don't know how else to answer it. We do have some, for our stats, one of our authorities that we work for has some KPIs that we use, and it works out what 10% of 100% is and all that sort of stuff. But it's down to Phil, if I'm honest. I think it comes down to, actually, we're a bit worried. It's red. There's a number of actions that need to be implemented. As I said before, we I don't know if it's worth me just mentioning, there's a proper process that we go through. Every quarter we get updates from everyone, we give you those updates. People aren't forgetting about these actions when they're next due, they're getting emails from our system, all that sort of stuff. I think it just comes down to resource and resource and availability and capacity. So the proper process. South Downs are building another process on top of that one, so it's all covered. I think it just can't physically be implemented. So, but yeah, once you get nearer, I think, what is it? Is it 90%? So within 10% of 90%, we'd consider that amber, and then anything below that is red. It's probably worth mentioning there are very few high priority actions at South Downs, which is probably why it's 66%. We're talking about 4 actions. If some of our authorities, they all have many high priority actions, and so actually 4 would be a much smaller percentage. It's obvious, isn't it? But it also just depends how many others are falling due within the previous 12 months. So and the other thing I was going to mention, it came up earlier, in terms of deadlines and implementation dates. We don't make recommendations, we agree actions. Anyone that's been on the training will have heard me say that tens of times, and it's probably quite boring, but we make a point of agreeing actions. So these are actions that the client has said, yeah, we're going to do that, and we're going to do it by whenever. That's not us saying, right, you've got 2 months to do it. It's not arbitrary. So, and quite often we will push back and go, actually, I think you probably need a bit longer on that one. But there is, but there's a bit of professional judgment in there as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I think, notwithstanding obviously our concern about action implementation, I think it's really good to have 1 substantial and 4 reasonable. So, thanks to the team, we don't want to lose all the good work that's been uncovered through the audits because of some outstanding action. So it's always a balance, but I think I'd like this committee to be on top of looking at action implementation when we have our quarterly reports as well from internal audit. So it's a task for all of us. Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Nope. Right, so can I ask you please to indicate if you're happy with the recommendation? Thank you. Thank you all very much. And thanks to Amanda and Mark. And we'll see you next quarter, Amanda. Thank you. Right, so from internal audit to external audit. And I'm really pleased to welcome Peter Barber, our external auditor, to the committee. It'll be his first time with us. And I think Peter is going to say a few words about external audit for the benefit of any new members to the committee or anyone who's not absolutely clear about what this work involves. So, welcome. And are you able to bring the microphone forward a little bit? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that introduction. So just by way of introduction, my name is Pete Barber, and I'm a director with Grant Thornton, and I am your external appointed auditor for 25-26. I think it's probably helpful, just because I'm conscious I think there are a number of new members, just to explain the difference between internal and external audit. So you've just heard from internal audit colleagues, and I think they alluded to the main areas that they look at: governance, internal controls, risk management. They are employed by you, and they work with management and make recommendations to improve those arrangements. The external audit role is slightly different, and our role is twofold. It's to give an opinion on your financial statements. So every year you produce a set of financial statements that contain the primary statements, your balance sheet, your income and expenditure account, for want of a better reference. And that is done for the financial year, which runs to the 31st of March every year. And we come in after the event. So it is a retrospective exercise, and we look at those accounts to confirm that they reflect fairly the position of the national park and the transactions in there. And that is what would happen universally across all sectors: public, private, commercial, etc. And we do that every year, and that's the majority of our work. But interestingly, within the public sector, there is a secondary responsibility on the external auditors, and that's one for value for money. So if I was auditing a business down the road that was making widgets, I'm only interested in the numbers in those accounts, that they properly reflect the position of that organisation and the transactions. I'm not really interested in how they've arrived at that position and whether it's healthy and whether they are financially viable. I just report on it and comment on it. In the public sector, the auditors have a secondary role, which is value for money. So in addition to doing that primary role, I'm required to come in and consider your value for money. And value for money means lots of things to lots of people, but for us it's based on the National Audit Office Code, and I'll talk through that in a bit more detail in a minute when I come onto that section of our plan. But if I start firstly with the opinion, because that is the majority of the work we do, what we do as Grant Thornton, and Grant Thornton, there's probably about 500 local government bodies out there, predominantly councils, but there's fire authorities, police and crime commissioners, national parks, various other organisations, pension funds as well. There's about 500. We do 180 of them, give or take, and I do a number of other national parks. So I previously was the appointed auditor at Dartmoor, and I'm currently the appointed auditor at Exmoor National Park as well. When we do our work in the public sector, we adopt what we call a substantive audit approach. So what we do is we wait for the accounts to arrive, and then we look at the numbers and test those numbers. Many auditors will adopt a slightly different approach in different sectors. They'll do some systems-based testing to look at the financial systems to make sure they're throwing out the right numbers. And if they can get assurance over that through walkthrough and testing, they can reduce the substantive work we do. We find it's more efficient to do a substantive audit approach. So the important thing for this committee is the ability of this national park to produce complete, accurate and timely accounts. Pleased to be able to tick off the fact that you've produced timely accounts. The deadline for the production of the accounts nationally is the end of June, and I think we received the accounts for the national park on the 23rd. I think they were dated, Craig, a week ahead, which is positive and great. So we've got those accounts. And when we get those accounts, we do a risk assessment, and within the plan, we set out our risks. So I think the accounts run to about 60 plus pages. And every disclosure in those sets of accounts will be subject to some degree of audit verification. So we test everything. And I note that Richard mentioned earlier the annual governance statement. In addition to the accounts, we look at the annual governance statement as well. We look at that it complies with the requirements, it's balanced, it's reflective, and that you've identified the areas for improvement, but also recognising the controls that you have in place. So we look at all those areas. When we do the accounts, we look at everything, but we risk assess. So what we do every year is we set a materiality. And materiality is generally based on a percentage of your spend. So within the plan, you will see that we've set a materiality figure at the planning stage for 25-26 of £470,000. I do note that your spend has gone up, unsurprisingly, in 5-6, because obviously that materiality in the plan, my plan's dated in May, was based on the prior year figures. It has gone up. I think you've gone up from just under 19 million gross spend to just over 20 million. So I'm probably minded to increase that materiality slightly. So we're probably looking at a figure of about £500,000. And that means once I've set that, and I will communicate that back to you at a later meeting, any numbers above that threshold within the primary statements will be subject to enhanced audit procedures. And we do more work in those areas because there's a greater risk of misstatement. And then we have, and I've set it out in the plan, then we have our significant risks. And these are the areas where most of our audit effort goes into. And we have 3 significant risks of misstatement within the audit approach for this year. Absolutely consistent with prior years. Absolutely consistent with what we would find at most other national parks. The first one, which is a default one that would be applied to every audit, is management override of control. And these are the elements of the accounts that are subject to greatest estimation judgment by management. A lot of the focus on management override is also on journals. So journals are a really easy way to move monies and transactions between cost centres, between capital and revenue, between financial years, should you wish to do so. And therefore, from a management override perspective, we spend a lot of time downloading your general ledger, downloading those journals, risk assessing them, picking out some of them, and looking at them to make sure they're legitimate journals. The second significant risk area is your land and buildings. So if you look at your balance sheet, you've got quite a lot of assets, and we touched on assets earlier, didn't we, in terms of valuation and methodology. You have quite a lot of assets at the top of your balance sheet. I think it's 12 million, give or take. You bring in external experts, valuers to value them, and we look at that and we test it because, once again, it's a large degree of judgment and estimation, large numbers, and you only need small variations in judgments to make big differences. So we look at that asset at the top of your balance sheet to make sure it's fairly reflected. At the bottom of your balance sheet, you have, I was going to use the word liability, but it's actually not. You have a pension fund liability in there that is actually zero based on the current year's accounts. If I went back many years, most local government accounts I looked at, there would always be a big net pension liability. Improvements in pension funds investment valuations over recent years has meant that for probably from about 3 or 4 years ago, some of these pension funds moved for the first time for many years into a surplus position. And that's the case within the national park. So you have a healthy surplus on your pension fund. And there is an override, which is called an asset ceiling, which is quite technically complex, which brings it back down from that surplus to zero at the bottom of your balance sheet. But even though it's zero, there are large valuations in terms of the assets. There's large valuations in terms of the associated liability of future pension payments. And therefore, you use an actuary. There's judgments made by that, and it's subject to a large degree of estimation. So we spend quite a lot of time looking at that as well. So that is the main areas of focus that we'll be adopting, the timing for that work is September. So we're going to come in September, and the aspiration is that we're done by the end of November. That's exactly how it worked last year, and it went really well. So we came in recognising a lot of the team that support us work at Brighton, and therefore once they've finished the Brighton audit process with their auditors, they switched to us, and that worked really well last year, and that's the intention again. That said, we are considering potentially coming in, subject to discussion with finance officers, a little bit earlier, possibly later this month, just briefly, just to look at the general ledger, download it, do some analysis in terms of the data, and then possibly send out some early sampling that they can work on before we arrive in September. So that's the opinion approach. And then in terms of the value for money approach, I did talk about the NAO code. So when we look at VFM, we look at areas of concern from prior years. So when we did the work in the prior year, we were comfortable that you had adequate arrangements in place for ensuring value for money. So we were generally comfortable with that. We do our own work, but we also have regard to evidence from third parties as well. When we look at the areas, we look at the 3 areas under the NAO code. So we look at the first area, which is financial sustainability. So this is budget setting, budget monitoring, budget reporting, medium-term financial planning, particularly important at the National Park in terms of capital and revenue, and actually sort of undertaking capital initiatives over a period of time into the medium term for the greater good and to achieve your aspirations. And we're looking for you to, and Sean talked about where you're landing for the current year. And that's really important assessment that, how is your budget? How have you delivered against that budget? Has it been all over the place and lots of variations and a big overspend or underspend? Has it suddenly all of a sudden come in on budget from being off? And that's something we look at because that is indicative of effective arrangements. The second area we look at is governance. And this committee, the P&R committee, is those charged with governance. So our decisions being made based on complete and accurate information in a timely manner to inform decisions. And then the third area that we look at is the 3 E's: economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. A real broad area, but how are you delivering those services? Are you delivering them in an efficient and effective way? And we'll get our VFM colleagues in to look at all those areas. A lot of it can be gleaned from documentation review, from cumulative knowledge. We will interview a couple of people as appropriate to triangulate that. But generally, we've been pretty comfortable with where the National Park is. But clearly, we need to make that judgment for the 5-6 financial year. So the only other thing on the plan that I wanted to cover, Chair, is the fee. So I'm conscious that these accounts this year, the only difference from prior years is there's no group accounts. So Seven Sisters, brought back in-house in 4-5. Last year, group accounts. So we don't have group accounts anymore, which is great because It's not, it would be a lot longer than 60 pages. So it means less audit procedures, and that's been reflected in a reduction in the proposed fee for the current year. So, Chair, that's a canter through the plan. There is actually a secondary document that I would like to briefly refer to, if I can. But shall I stop there and take any questions on the plan?
I think that would be really helpful. Thanks, Peter. Thank you for inducting everyone as well into all of that. Thank you. Any questions? Yvonne.
Thank you very much. I'm interested to understand how artificial intelligence might be impacting on your role, how it might reduce your fee over the years, because hopefully it will speed up the way things are done. But also in terms of value for money, how you are finding in other authorities artificial intelligence is helping, and whether we can learn from your experience with other authorities.
Through you, Chair, if I may. So in terms of Grant Thornton, we are and have for a number of years now been looking to embrace IT and AI to assist us with our responsibilities. And we're doing that in a very controlled manner. But there is lots of money going in within the firm into this area and I alluded to it actually on the management override of controls in terms of the journals and the downloading and actually putting it into AI, and actually that process throwing out, subject based against risk factors, potential journals that we might want to look at that may not be appropriate. So, and there is a number of audit procedures that we can and we are currently working on to see whether it can be streamlined and become more efficient through AI. So there's lots of effort going in. There is talk within the sector about less graduates being taken on because AI can do it. We are not in that position at the moment. We are continuing to take on the same number of graduates and employ the same amount of people and put the same amount of resource, if not more, into discharging our role. We are hoping that there will be efficiencies going forward into the medium term. There is a real caveat here that whatever it chucks out, we have to take ownership for that, because whilst it can be incredibly impressive, some of the stuff that we've seen isn't particularly good from a quality point of view as well. So there is all that checks that we're absolutely making sure we do before we take it forward and use it as evidence. We do not anticipate that having any impact on the fee in terms of downward trajectory because of all the extra work and money that's going into developing it in the short term. To your second question about other organisations, so I do, as I said, I do some other national parks. I do many upper tier councils as well. I think it's early days. I've not really seen anything yet of substance that would suggest that it is making a difference and they're using it effectively to facilitate service delivery and re-engineer services to, bring about improvements in the service provided and, dare I say, savings as well. There's lots of noise, lots of money going into it, but I think we have to watch this and carefully. And it is something that we are, whether I'm not saying we would touch on it as part of our VFM work, but we'll be interested to hear, because that VFM work that I do and that report that I issue, what we don't want to be doing is just saying, it's fine, but you could probably improve in this area, and this area. If there's things that you're doing that are really good and innovative and having a big impact in the year under review on the way that you discharge your roles within the national park, we want to hear about it, because we're absolutely happy to reference that where appropriate. And given that we do so many VFM pieces of work across the sector, we want to share best practice. Every organisation is different, but there's lots of commonality as well.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? No? Okay. I've just got one, and it's probably for the management team, and it relates to our previous internal audit conversations. On pages 54 to 58, there are a whole lot of assumptions about actions that will be implemented for the 25/6 financial statement production. So I'm looking at Craig and Vicky to say, can you give assurances that we're on top of those, please?
Sorry, Chair, what page did you say on there?
It's pages 54 to 58. And it's headed up progress against prior year audit recommendations. So these came from last year's audit, and they are recommendations that I think Grant Thornton will be looking to see have been implemented for this current year's audit.
I'm happy to give an update line by line if you want, and just or just
It's
an overall
a kind of
statement that we
general assurance for me, please, and for us.
We are looking at those. A lot of those have been implemented, and particularly when we're talking about the checks and balances in that period last year when the accounts were issued. We've had, as Peter said, we issued the accounts early this year. That's an indication of putting procedures in place that allowed us to get to that position. Mm-hmm. We had a thorough check of the accounts before to make sure that these actions were dealt with, which enabled us to get to that position. With regards to the asset recommendations, obviously we discussed those under the first item. Those are still in train effectively, but just to give assurance to the committee that the asset valuations are undertaken by the independent valuer, and those have been reflected in the accounts today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's just reassurance I'm looking for, that's all. Thank you very much. Okay. Peter, you did say you wanted to just have a word. Is it about Appendix 2 and timelines?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is on page, and I'll just get to 73 of the pack, and it's a letter headed up to Craig as the CFO. It's quite a brief document, and this is our project management plan, which is new this year, and it's been rolled out across all our local government audits. And it's as I said, it's been done everywhere, but it's particularly targeted at those organisations that have not been able to produce complete, accurate and timely accounts. So probably from your other roles, you will be aware, in the wider sector, you'll be aware that there are a number of challenges within the sector, the ability of organisations, because accounts are getting more and more complex and involved, being able to produce those accounts in a timely manner, being able to support the audit process and get it delivered. There are an awful lot of councils out there and other bodies that have missed the deadline and have had their accounts backstopped, so so the stakeholders have got no assurance. So this is an attempt, and in consultation with MHCLG, where the firms are being more explicit about the respective roles and responsibilities of the auditors and the audited body, because ultimately the deadline for signing of the accounts by the auditors will be brought forward to the end of November in 26-27. It's the end of January 27 for the current year, but as a firm, we think it would be very difficult to move from January one year to November in the following year, and therefore we're doing a dry run to try and sign off every one of our audits by the end of November. So it's less relevant, I think, here, because we've got a really good track record. I'm not understating the challenge ahead, and it is involved. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to be in a similar position. And I think there's we've got a P&R meeting 20th of November, I think it is, which is a really good date to aim for, because if we can get that one, give you our final reports, we can sign off by that 30th of November deadline. But this basically just is for information, and it sets out just a bit of background. It's got an Appendix 1 that has some KPIs in there that we'll be monitoring against, one of which is the accounts by the 30th of June, so that one's a tick already. There is an Appendix 2 as well, or an Appendix B, which is a very detailed Excel spreadsheet that sets out in detail that we'll discuss with finance officers the exact detail of the work that we're going to undertake. Very detailed line-by-line basis. I didn't think it was appropriate to share it here, given the detail, but it's just for your information, really. So hopefully that's self-explanatory, but once again, Chair, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. And I'm really pleased to hear that you're cognizant of our meeting dates, because I think 2 or 3 years ago, we did have some issues with timeliness of reporting. So fantastic. And it was really good last year. So I'm hopeful for this year. Just to say, in order to reach our meeting for the 20th of November, I think we would need papers by the 13th. So that's really eating into your end of November deadline. So just worth a thought before you commit yourself too firmly to that. We would obviously accept a February date for our meeting. But in terms of completion by the end of November, that would be great so that the team here have plenty of time to absorb the report and act on it. Okay.
Chair, if I can just come back. So that is and it's a message I've been very clear with the team on, that we are aiming for that date, and that's where we need to land. I'm not sure when the next, you alluded to February, I think, for the next, I don't know if that's the next meeting, but
yes.
Clearly the deadline is the end of January.
Yeah.
So it reinforces the need of hitting that November deadline, doesn't it, for the committee? So
no, that would suit us much better. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any further questions for Peter? No? Thank you very much then. Could I ask the committee please to indicate if you're happy to agree the external audit plan? Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Peter, for joining us. And we look forward to seeing you at the November meeting then. Great. Right, now moving on to something completely different and something that I'm really excited to hear about. I'm really pleased to welcome back Sam Page. Sam came to speak to us, I think, 5 years ago when the project was initiated. Some of you will remember, but some of you clearly won't have had a chance to hear from Sam. And I'm really pleased that Claire Kerr is going to be with her as well, because Claire can give us an update, if we need it, on any implications and aspects that we're involved in as a national park. Just to draw your attention to the fact that in the corner, so we can look at this over lunch, there is a display around the Changing Chalk project and some takeaways. So if anyone is keen to take one, I think please do and share the good news. So really looking forward to this. Welcome to Sam, welcome to Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly from me, also a thank you for Sam for joining us today. And as I said, it was 5 years ago that Sam came and joined us to inform us that the development stage of the Changing Chalk project had been submitted. So we're now hearing a report on the conclusion of the delivery phase. Changing Chalk in its entirety has probably been 10 years' work, in terms of, initial concept of project, development of project, securing development phase funding, and then securing delivery funding. So with that, over to Sam.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Do I have to lean to this or not? Or it just, yeah, sorry. Okay, well, thanks very much for inviting me here today. Claire and I were just saying we can't believe it's this point already where we're wrapping up Changing Chalk. So I've been the programme manager for Changing Chalk, which is a partnership project that's been led by the National Trust. And you'll see it's a 13-strong partnership made up of obviously the National Park Authority, Natural England, local authorities, and several conservation or community-facing charities. And our main funder has been the National Lottery Heritage Fund, which contributed 2.34 million to the overall budget. So, yeah, the vision came around seeking a sustainable future for the South Downs, but particularly a sort of bit of a call to action and a sort of focus on the interaction between local communities in the South Downs. So we wanted local communities to really feel that the South Downs are theirs to enjoy, but also to help us care for. From very early on, as Claire said, about 10 years ago, when the partners first started to come together to talk about this, a key priority in terms of the biodiversity and habitat side of things has been the chalk grassland, the priority chalk grassland on the South Downs. It's a globally important, internationally rare habitat, much declined over the decades since World War II. It's extremely, when looked after well and managed appropriately, it's extremely rich in biodiversity, often referred to as Europe's tropical rainforest because of the number of species it can support. But what we know is it's massively declined and now quite degraded and fragmented. But also, as I'm sure you all know, the South Downs is steeped in history and thousands of years of human activity on the Downs. And that's one thing I've really seen from Changing Chalk, is that story of people on the Downs for the local communities. It's a fantastic way of engaging people, and people from children to older generations and from all different members of the community are so fascinated by this and their own stories of connection and their own community's history and connection with the Downs. So we also did want to explore some of those more hidden histories and stories of place. So, 13-strong partnership, and the main way that we've delivered is through 21 interconnected projects across 3 themes around nature, people and heritage. Each of those projects has been led by one of the partners, and we've also had a community grant scheme, which I'll talk a bit about, which has really widened our reach as well. So I'm going to take us theme by theme and just pull out some of the key achievements and impacts from across the partnership. It's really hard to talk about all of this work that's happened across 4 years in a short amount of time. So there will be time for some questions afterwards for anything I haven't touched on. So under our Restoring Chalkland Biodiversity Nature theme, we had the objectives, as I said, around the chalk grassland, restoring and connecting habitats. And obviously a key part of that has been around the work with farmers and landowners. A big focus for chalk grassland management and restoration has been around grazing. This is crucial for chalk grassland management and restoration, and one of the key projects was led by the National Park Authority, the Grazing Project, which worked directly with farmers and landowners across the Downs, particularly supporting around getting grazing infrastructure in place. Also on lots of National Trust sites and some partner sites, we improved grazing infrastructure like fencing and water access for livestock to really improve and build the efficiency and effectiveness of grazing across different sites and how they link up. So overall, over that 4 years, we've had over 650 hectares of priority chalk grassland that are now being better managed for nature, and a lot of that has been around the grazing management, but also other aspects, scrub clearance and a lot of monitoring as well. Some key sites and projects within the partnership. I hope many of you have already visited and heard about Wilding Waterhall. That's the ex-golf course on the edge of Brighton, which has been restored for nature led by Brighton and Hove City Council. It's been a fantastic exemplar project, both for boosting for nature and also engaging the local community. They've built up a really fantastic volunteer base, which will be ongoing. Over in the eastern end of the project area of the Downs, the National Trust, we had a Gales farm, which was a relatively new acquisition for us, which was an arable farm, mostly for barley and wheat, and we transformed that by planting wildflower habitats and herbal lays, partly to support the surrounding chalk grassland in terms of habitat connectivity and our management of that chalk grassland. There's also been species-focused projects led by Bug Life, a pollinators project, and also you may have heard or not about the wart-biter bush cricket, which is a very specialist chalk grassland species that actually only now survives in England or across the UK in 6 populations, 4 of which are in the East and South Downs. So that's been a really important project to monitor and support management for that species, but they've also started a translocation project to try to establish a new population on a new site where it had the right sort of habitat to help that species' long-term survival. The National Park Authority also led on a dew ponds project, which restored 7 dew ponds, which add to the network of dew ponds and aquatic habitat up on the Downs. As I sort of alluded to, there's been a huge amount of monitoring and surveying, training up local people to identify whether that's chalk grassland plants or pollinators. There's also been some research projects. Bug Life also led a project focused on, it's called Sustainable Vines, and that's obviously working with the vineyards in the project area, and they did some seed trial testing of wildflower habitat both in between the vines and providing habitat along the edges. So that's something, and they've produced a habitat management resource for vineyards to use into the future. Kew and Natural England did a research project focused on wildflower seed restoration, post-scrub management, which will again feed into future management and learning around chalk grassland management. So moving on to our people theme, connecting downs and towns. So this was all about connecting local communities right from the project area ran from the River Ada, so right from Shoreham over to Eastbourne, connecting those communities with the landscape on their doorstep, but particularly tackling barriers to access and widening participation and really trying to support underrepresented or underserved communities to benefit. We all know how much benefit there is from accessing green space, being out in the local landscape and connecting with its heritage. There's been a big well-being sort of thread to the work as well, so enhancing people's well-being. As part of this theme, there's been some really great work with our younger generations. The Brighton and Hove City Council led the Farm School project, which engaged over 3,600 children, some of them literally walking from their schools to their local farm and learning about food farming and nature. And good news is that that project has managed to secure some ongoing funding, so they're at least going to run for another academic school year, but will be seeking to continue that. I get the nice job of reading all the feedback and hearing some of the quotes from the children, but also the farmers who have really appreciated that opportunity to connect with their local communities, and the parent helpers. It's been brilliant, and often stories of a child going home and telling their mum and dad or their parent about it, and then going along to the farm with their family in the future. So that's been fantastic. At Waterhall, Changing Chalk has funded over that 4-year period an education ranger as well as their sort of conservation ranger, and that's really built up the connection with local schools, hosting school visits, but also connecting with local community groups and taking them doing activities on the site. Hopefully that's something that will continue, but that education ranger there's no longer funding for it, but they have got a volunteer who's helping host ongoing school visits at the site. The National Trust led our Find Your Future project, which was offering young people, especially those not in employment, education or training, countryside skills sessions, and we also hosted across the partnership 6 paid training placements for young people and 4 brilliant apprenticeships, which was really fantastic to be able to support local young people into their in their early careers in the sort of heritage sector, and they brought really nice energy into the partnership. So a lot of the projects under this theme was about also taking the downs into the towns. So actually in the top left corner there, that is Kitty, our community and participation apprentice. And she would take our travelling hub to libraries, markets, even local food banks, support groups, community groups, talk about the South Downs, but also take sort of family activity packs and a little map and telling people about the bus out to the Downs and things like that. And then the Biosphere led the Greening the Cities project, which created 7 new chalk chalk sort of downland mini wildflower areas within the Brighton and Hove area, and they've built up a really fantastic volunteer group called the Wildflower Guardians, which is going really strong and will hopefully continue, who are going to look after those new sites as well as the other wildflower areas in the town. And that was a real challenge for the council as to how they could get that support to manage those sites. So hopefully that's a really nice legacy for the project. We had the Food Partnership who ran their Growing New Roots programme, and again that was a really, as you can see from some of these quotes, really impactful for the individuals involved. They ran as well as Taster Sessions, 8-week ecotherapy programmes where they took people, based them out at sites in the Downs, and then did activities in a safe therapeutic setting. And there's been some really lovely outcomes for those people who have benefited from that programme. And again, the Food Partnership, that's another example of where they've been successful in getting some ongoing funding for a new project, but that's built on the experience and the sort of piloting that happened in the Growing New Roots. Moving on. Oh, have I just pressed back? I have. Let's go forwards. Yeah, and the other important aspect of this theme was very much about facilitating and providing group opportunities or activities out in the Downs, especially at some of those peri-urban sites. Both the National Trust and the Railway Land Wildlife Trust in Lewes, we had what we were calling the Chalk Life Rangers, which was that sort of interface between the local community and the Downs, and they delivered all of these lovely nature connection sessions, guided walks, focusing on well-being. But you can also see from some of those quotes that people really did connect with the magic of the Downs, and some of those had really never realised that there was this amazing opportunity and this amazing resource for them and their families literally at the back of their house or whatever. So that was fantastic, and really also building up a bit of a volunteer base through that theme as well. So then finally, our heritage theme was Hearts and Histories of the Downs, and this was about celebrating the rich and diverse cultural heritage of the Downs and engaging local communities in its discovery and interpretation. This image here is actually from our cultural heritage project with Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities, and that was a walk that was led by a Romani local historian who was researching the historic stopping places and taking people on these guided walks and sharing all sorts of stories of those communities who have lived and worked and travelled around the Downs for centuries. So several projects led by both the Trust and partners were very archaeology focused, and again, as I said, it was a really fantastic way of engaging local communities. The Downs is scattered with these scheduled monuments, but a lot of them hadn't been monitored or assessed for their condition in many years. So the Monument Mentors project, led by the National Trust, trained up volunteers to go out and assess these monuments. Some of those volunteers have now adopted the monument to keep an eye on it, and we've also developed management plans to help look after the monuments, and there's been a team of volunteers also connecting with local archaeology groups to hopefully continue this work into the future. And I think we've trained up through this project some of the South Downs Rangers in how they can consider care for the monuments and the archaeology below their feet when they're managing their sites and advising other farmers and landowners as well. We also had, for anyone who is interested in the archaeology, this fantastic Downs from Above project, which was a partnership between the National Trust and Historic England. And what that did was used historic aerial imagery plus LiDAR to map out all of these archaeological features, many of them not previously known, in the whole area north of Brighton and Hove. And then what they did was, with local communities and volunteers, go out and start ground ground truthing, and all of those little green bits are where they've done ground truthing surveys and added data into this data set. So that's been really interesting, and the portal is there for people to access. There's a nice report as well. And then there was the Big Dig project, which was originally led by Eastbourne Borough Council. Sadly, due to council cuts, halfway through the project, they closed their heritage service. But luckily, we were able to sort of take on that project, and the previous project lead, who'd been made redundant, was able to sort of go freelance and continue to lead the project. But it was an amazing opportunity to engage schools and local communities in what they called the Big Dig in Eastbourne, which is one of the very early downland settlements. And so really getting local people raising awareness of that history, getting them to do test pits in their gardens, in the local parks, in school grounds, etc. And also skilling up. We had quite a lot of people who gained skills passports in archaeological techniques through that project as well. I already mentioned the Gypsy and Traveller Heritage Project. We carried out a cultural audit of existing archives, and through that then did a travelling exhibition, which was really lovely, and also several events across the period, four-year project, where we celebrated and sort of raised awareness of that Gypsy and Traveller history on the Downs. And then creativity has been a really strong part of this theme as well, and another way to connect people and help people to explore their own connections and heritage with the Downs. We had a lovely project with Writing Our Legacy, who have actually just this week, I've learned that they're about to they've just had an anthology of the writing and creative works that's come out of the project published. It's just been printed this week. It's going to be launched in a couple of weeks. So that'll be a really nice sort of resource for people. And then that bottom right photo was from an art trail that happened up at Buttsbrow outside Eastbourne. That's a big skylark nest that people were sitting in there. So just finally finishing on our community grant scheme, this was a really, there was a lot of learning from this. It took a lot of resource to set up and run the community grant scheme, but it's been hugely impactful and connected so many more people. It really widened our reach in Changing Chalk. We supported 32 community projects through small grants totaling £147,000 that engaged around 6,000 people over the 3 years that the grant scheme ran. And just here's some slides that Grace, who led this, the project manager, put together with some lovely quotes about how these projects help to remove barriers, build people's confidence in the Downs. We particularly did prioritise supporting community groups and audiences that maybe were underrepresented or underserved in the landscape. Gave opportunities through these projects for people to discover both the heritage and the nature in the Downs. So there were all sorts of sort of activities and facilitated group sessions that happened out in the Downs through the community grant scheme. We also supported creative projects, including for children and young people, but also various other groups. And then also some community archaeology project. There's a really nice film from the Bevendine community archaeology project that the community grant scheme supported, where they did an excavation on the edge of Bevendine estate on the site of an old farm, and that was really great to see the local community engaged. And this on the right is the Chattery Memorial, where we were able to fund them to improve some of the infrastructure, replace some benches, and put better signage to help people to find the memorial. So over this 4 years, we've engaged directly over 50,000 people across the project area. That's just the people who have attended activities or come along and been directly involved. So there's been, the reach has been much wider than that in many senses. And then a huge number of volunteers have been involved and contributed their time. I think something for me, and hopefully for you too, Claire, that's really come through is the power, what we can do through collaboration, both collaborating between organisations and collaborating with local communities. And really, that's one thing that the Community Grant Scheme was great at. It really supported that grassroots, community-led delivery as well as through the big partner organisations. In terms of legacy, I promise you this is my last slide, I think. We've restored habitats. As I said, we've improved grazing on the sites. Many of those sites, of those 650 hectares, now have long-term grazing management plans in place. And there are new volunteer groups that have been set up, especially in those sites on the edge of some of the towns, that are now really active and caring for their sites. I hope that they will continue. They do still need support, so that's something that's a priority for those sites going forwards. We've increased people's confidence and connection with the landscape and improved well-being. And we, as well as collaboration, the thing that we're sort of focusing on now in the wrap-up phase is really pulling together the learning and best practice so that that can inform future projects and partnerships. And we're in the process of producing these lovely case studies from across the partnership. And a key sort of focus on that is either sharing best practice around a model that's been developed, such as the farm school model, or sharing the lessons learned that we've learned through the projects, and so that we can share with our stakeholders and with other projects going forwards. So yeah, a big thank you to all of our partners who have been involved and to our funders. It's been a real pleasure to work on Changing Chalk, and I do think we can all be proud of what we've achieved, really. That's it from me. Turn this off.
I will just add one final thing to that around the point of collaboration and partnership. It's absolutely an outstanding example of our partnership management plan taken into practice. So led by a partner, the National Trust, with all of those partners delivering on the ground across all aspects of the previous partnership management plan, but also still relevant to our new partnership management plan. So, you know, it's landscape scale, multi-partner, and absolutely hitting on the money. Talk about value for money on the previous agenda item. This was value for money. And I think there was a really positive throughout the project, but particularly celebrated at the end of project celebration event in March, that it was down to having that strong partnership from the get-go, which made it happen. So really, really positive.
Yeah. Thank you both so much for that. It's really inspiring to see how much has been achieved. But also, as I was listening, I was noting all of the legacy points that the project is leaving behind. It's a fantastic footprint of both human and physical legacy attributes, and I think that will be so valuable now for hopefully sustaining some of these things. But I hear the message loud and clear that there is work to do, keeping the volunteers engaged, helping to organise them, training, etc. So it's not finished. This is just the start, isn't it, really? So thank you. Any questions? Vanessa?
Yeah, hi Sam, thank you so much. It's just such an amazing project. I can't believe how much reach and how many I mean, you haven't put all the projects up there either, have you? I mean, it's just so dense. And what I love is that you mentioned about the community fund, that you could kind of really spread that out, the real bottom-up community engagement. I just think it's absolutely essential if we're going forward with any of this work in terms of landscape scale restoration, to bring people along with us and make them understand. And that connection, the people connection, the heritage thing, there's just multiple projects and things that you did, just amazing. So first thing, I just want to say well done to you, because you coordinated this thing. You must have an amazing spreadsheet mind. Thank you so much. You're incredible. But also, like, I know you said you're collecting all the legacy stuff and best practice, but I just wondered, like, kind of off the top of your head, what you thought were, so, like, I'm thinking of the community engagement stuff. What did you think kind of really had the biggest impact, or really kind of got people? Was it the farms for schools, or was it the archaeology things? I mean, the Bevendine example, I went to that Sussex Retold the other couple of weeks ago, yeah, and just listening to that and the film, and just the people just realising, oh my God, just where I lived, there was a farm here, and this was what this used to be, and they had lost that connection. It just sort of so powerful. So I'd love to know what you thought about that, what mechanisms work best. And yeah, I mean, the legacy stuff is so important, isn't it? So that we can use this and scale it up, and best partnership working. You know, obviously we all know that partnership working is hard, and can be quite tricky, and like how you negotiated those tricky things. And I mean, there's just 100 questions I'd love to ask you. But also the other thing was just the fact that you, as a National Trust, chose to celebrate when this project came to an end. I think that was really, really important as well, because you gathered all those people together and thanked them. And I think that was really lovely, and I'd not seen that before. And I just want to say well done for that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some lovely feedback. Yeah, the end event did give me a few more grey hairs, I think, organising that. But it was really lovely, and I think it was really important to take the time out for everybody who had been involved to reflect, and because you're often so busy just delivering that you don't always stand back and see the bigger picture. We also, alongside that, had a much more informal but equally wonderful volunteer event from volunteers from across the partnership, and that the stories there and literally brought tears to my eyes about the impact that had for people. So in terms of I think it's really hard to think what was the most impactful in terms of the community engagement. I do think one success factor, and something that it would be good to see, and we do see in other projects and partnerships, is this, that, you know, our strapline was connecting nature, people and heritage, and I do think that connecting those themes, both in terms of for those of us who have worked, the practitioners looking after the land, but for the communities, it meant that we could attract people who had a little bit of an interest in nature, and they could then widen their knowledge about, okay, I didn't know this little plant that I was looking at, I'm actually standing on an Iron Age hill fort right now as well. But also, as I mentioned, those stories of people on the Downs that really did, it's not really my background, so maybe I was more surprised by that, but it really did capture people's imaginations. I do think what is worth us remembering, especially for when we're thinking about engaging diverse, underrepresented, underserved, marginalised audiences who don't always feel or know how to get out into the Downs, but don't always maybe feel safe or welcome, haven't got a car to get out there. But I do think, and this is where both within some of the projects and the community grant scheme, those facilitated activities, and it does cost money, it needs resource, but to facilitate existing groups and help them out into the landscape. Some of the projects even just help people getting on the bus together, so that then the next time they can do that themselves or with their families. So I think I probably have skirted your question in terms of what was the most impactful. It was the combination. For some people, that one-off activity would have then helped them link with other stuff. But certainly for the well-being work, something that come through the external evaluation that's just being finalised at the moment, is that those longer sort of interventions, not interactions, where there's an 8-week programme, and also for our youth project, where there's ongoing engagement with individuals, that is where you really see the longer term change for people, I think.
Yeah,
Thank you. Jerry?
I was sorry, I was
Oh,
just
sorry,
gonna
Claire. Go on
chip
then.
in about the legacy piece, because I thought members might be interested in that. So I think it's fair to say that the project board, we've been very conscious of legacy really quite early on of the project. So that's both from an individual project perspective. So we mentioned the farm school and how that's been successful in securing some onward funding, and we know a couple of other projects have as well. Some will naturally come to an end because projects by definition are time limited, but also from a strategic perspective as well. So strategically, we can already see Changing Chalk feeding into other future landscape scale initiatives and projects and ideas. So firstly, it did feed into the development of the Partnership Management Plan. I think it's fair to say it fed into the National Trust's new strategy, which is very much looking up and out. There's been a significant shift with the National Trust's new strategy. It's also linking across, or I should say the new Seven Sisters National Nature Reserve is very much picking up on some of the legacy work in that far eastern part of the Downs, particularly around some of the habitat management stuff and the joining up of partners on the ground. So we've got a natural progression from Changing Chalk into the National Nature Reserve. I also think it's fair to say that there's some other clusterings of land holdings through the Brighton and Hove City Downland Estate and National Trust, where we're looking at collaborations as well. So there's one sort of waterhaul through Saddlescombe into the Brighton Downland Estate, but also around Cissbury Ring as well, where we're looking at other landscape scale clusters. And then finally, from a National Park Authority and National Trust perspective, members might be interested to know that in February, all of the English national parks met with the National Trust nationally to commit with each other that we would strengthen our relationship specifically around nature recovery delivery. And that has led on to, we had good collaboration anyway, I think, in the South Downs as partners, but it's moved on, and actually there's some capital funding going to the National Trust here locally. So the legacy is strong. Obviously there's an onus on us to maintain that, and also to perhaps think about Changing Chalk as we also embark on our own journey around landscape connections funding, which is our new endeavour for the next decade, potentially, from Heritage Lottery. So watch this space on that one. But yeah, still lots of work to be done and lots to be built upon.
Thank you so much, Claire. It's really helpful. I've got Jerry and then Sean.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, what a tremendously uplifting presentation. Thank you very much indeed for that. And just great to see all of that that's gone on. Looking at the legacy then, okay, a change project. The real value for money out of a change project is how successful we've been in embedding that change so that it carries on, so that it's permanent change. And whilst I accept that it's really useful to have those bigger discussions with the National Trust at national level and all the rest of it, value from this project will be demonstrated by our successors in 10 years' time sitting around these tables and saying how much of that activity is still going on, how much have we still got a handle on. And I know Sean has majored on this in the past, that we need to do better in terms of tracking our projects that are in the PMP and tracing them back to where they started and all the rest of it. But I would just like some reassurance that for all this tremendously good work that's gone on here, we do have a robust system in place to monitor and track how much of this is going to carry on and identify the areas where perhaps we need to put more money in, or we need to engage with other partners to put more money in to keep it going and that sort of thing, just so that we've got an idea of the long-term value out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I can speak from a National Trust perspective first, and then maybe hand to you guys. Certainly, as part of our project management framework, we have what's called a benefits review. It's supposed to be sort of 2 and 5 years after the project. Obviously, that's still not long term. So that's something that will take place internally and could hopefully be shared wider. There's also a plan for partners to gather again in a year's time, saying where are we at, what's happening. I do think there's an opportunity with the landscape connections to help pick up. I do strongly believe there are still gaps, and certainly something that came through our external evaluation is that to really get that long-term change. That is the bigger challenge, especially in terms of behaviour change, whether it's farmers and landowners or local communities. You need that ongoing. We've seen some evidence of it, and hopefully that will continue. But you do need that ongoing input. I would say one learning that if I could do this again for us, and this is a good thing about the Landscape Connections, is the length of the project. It's not been long enough. It's obviously it took years to develop and get us to that kick-off point. And because we were in the pandemic when we were pulling together all the match funding, we had to cut it by a year. It was always a maximum 5-year project. It had to cut to 4 years because of financial pressures for all our organisations. But I do one really good thing to see that the Landscape Connections projects are 8-year maximum delivery, but it is. I don't think you can get that long-term change always through such a short-term project, and it took us so much to build it up, and then right when we had the momentum going, we had to start wrapping it up. So that's a frustration, I would say, and it sort of feeds into that point.
So through our internal South Downs project management system, we do review projects. Obviously, we're not the lead of Changing Chalk, that's sat with the National Trust, but we will certainly review the 2 projects we led on, which was the grazing project and the dew pond project. But also within that process, we can take the learning from across the whole of Changing Chalk. So there is a process by which we do that review and take that learning. And that will also be true of other landscape scale initiatives which we've got going at the moment. So Downs to the Sea when that comes to an end, and Ouse Valley Climate Action, which also will conclude this year, later this year. So in the lead into developing Landscape Connections, because even though that's a fantastic, massive opportunity, it's not necessarily going to pick up on every single part of Changing Chalk. It will find its own niche, its own USP, its own thing to take forward. So I think a big part of this is embedding the learning in our sort of business as usual. Not everything can always be a project because the finances don't work like that. The other resourcing doesn't work like that. And I think that's actually where, with Changing Chalk coming to a close, I can actually see quite a lot of it translating into that business as usual. So, for example, the example I gave around Seven Sisters National Nature Reserve, we've got a new National Nature Reserve there with 8 partners to commit to that, for that to take forward some of what's already gone before through Changing Chalk. And there are other mechanisms. So I think a lot of this is about how we make it as business as usual. And that's not about making it boring and it's not unnecessary or shiny. But that's where we need to get to, because often funders are looking for something which has something a bit new to it. So maintaining what's gone before is actually a challenge. And that's something which we need to address and think about. So all of the learnings, reports and reviews and various other documents which are coming out and Sam's busy working on at the moment, they will be shared with the South Downs team, as I'm sure they will be with the other partners' teams, so that we can build on that going forward.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sean.
I realise we're a bit over time. Sam, thank you so much. I mean, this is real core business, isn't it? This is what we're about. And I'm just going to basically say what others have said. But the challenge for me, when you hear that you've got that education ranger at Waterhall and the funding's come to an end, so we won't have that anymore, and you're like, that should be something that has no end to it, that is always there, and that we've got plenty of that. So the challenge, I think, for us is to get those overlapping, and I'm looking at the sort of thing at the bottom of your slides and so on, these sort of overlapping downs. You're going to have that overlapping funding over time so that there is no horizon, and that we build on the learning with no gaps, because now we've got a bit of a gap. We've got Landscape Connection, but there's a bit of a gap in activity. We risk losing some of that knowledge, that momentum, and we've got to start to think, even if let's say we're successful with our Landscape Connection, we've got an 8-year horizon, we should be thinking already how we're bringing on stream other funding in year 4, and then that point, how we're bringing on in year 8, and so on, so that we end up with that sort of smooth, sort of top plateau of funding that allows us to think of this in business as usual, because the projects will always want to do something different, but we need to find ways of supporting that stuff. That's the difference is the incremental building and learning. So that for me is a real key takeaway, because it means brilliant, and you've provided a huge amount of material to feed into the next phase of what we do. But we need to start to make sure there's no gaps in that delivery, and that we start to see this as something that is supported indefinitely. I think some of the key elements which you think have been successful, certainly.
Yeah, I think that's a hugely important point, and you know, the gap, if Landscape Connections is successful, that's going to be working on expression of interest at the moment, waiting for a response, then up to 2-year development phase, and by the time you've had that gap, you've lost some of those connections, you know, so it is something. I think that is, we're at our next board meeting, we're going to collate lessons learned, and I do think that is something that needs to be part of the core lessons learned around those, how you manage that situation. And I think you're really right that, yeah, with the Landscape Connections, as soon as it starts, you almost need to, be thinking of what is next. And that's a challenge. You know, it's been so all-consuming for us, those of us involved. It has to be almost the other people who are thinking about what is next.
Yeah, sure.
It's sort of going from project to program thinking, isn't it? It's about thinking, setting ourselves some sort of visualizing what 20, 30, 40 years looks like for some of the things that we're trying to work on, and then think, well, how do we fill each of those gaps in terms of funding cycles as we go along? I think that's really what the mindset we need to get ourselves into.
Yeah, no, it's really helpful. Thank you. James, did you want to say something or not? The moment's passed. Okay, wonderful. Anyone else? No. Okay, well, Sam, thank you so much for all the work that you've done on this. It has been a really fantastic project, and I really hope that we're able to build on it. Yeah, well done. Thank you, and thank you for coming to share with us too.
Thanks very much, and for your support.
Thank you. Okay, as I said at the outset, I'm going to ask you please to reverse items 13 and 14. So we'll move on to item 14 now. I'm just looking, Rob's here already in excitement with item 13, but we'll hang on if that's all right, Rob, for a moment. And I'm going to ask Alison to introduce the Q4 performance report. And she's got Rebecca here, who understands all the measurements, and more besides. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. This report provides the committee with an overview of the authority's corporate performance for the latter part of 2025-26, covering quarters 3 and 4 from October until March 2026. The report brings together performance against the authority's high-level targets, the corporate plan priority areas, grant funding, key projects, and a number of wider organisational updates. It's intended to give members a clear line of sight across both delivery progress and areas where continued focus or improvement is needed. It's worth noting that this report marks the close of our performance reporting against the previous partnership management plan and corporate plan framework. Members are therefore being asked to consider this report as the final year-end update against those previous objectives before future performance reporting moves across to the new partnership management plan and corporate plan structure. As agreed with members at the April workshop, future performance reporting will move to a revised cycle, with corporate plan reporting brought to committee in quarters 2 and 4, and partnership management plan reporting brought in quarters 1 and 3. For this first year of transition, the quarter 1 and quarter 3 PMP reports will focus on progress in establishing the PMP delivery and steering group arrangements, supported by case studies where possible, with meaningful performance data expected to be reported from Q1 2027. In summary, the report presents an overall picture that is mixed but constructive. There's strong performance in several areas, including biodiversity net gain, digital engagement, access and inclusion, and engagement with more diverse audiences. Good progress is also being made across a range of nature recovery and partnership activity, including habitat creation and improvement, local nature recovery strategies, work at Seven Sisters, and wider project delivery across the national park. However, the report also identifies areas where progress has been more challenging. Nature recovery targets relating to land secured and managed for nature and the condition of core nature sites are rated amber, reflecting progress, but also the scale of the challenge and the reliance on partnership delivery. The authority's own carbon reduction target is rated red, reflecting the need for further work to understand, measure, and reduce emissions, particularly as the organisation moves towards its 2030 net zero target. Members will also see updates on key project activity, actions arising from human resources, and the health and safety report, the annual compliments, comments, and complaint summary, the 2025-26 annual review, and the authority's first biodiversity duty statement. The recommendation today is that the committee receives and considers the report. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'm very grateful to Rebecca for coming along to pick up on points of detail. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alison. Thank you. Really full and fascinating report. Any questions? Stephen first.
I think it's an excellent report. I actually enjoyed reading it. And as the chair well knows, when I first started in the committee, we used to get reports that were all green, and I used to whinge about it constantly. So I think it's good to see an organisation challenging itself. We shouldn't expect to see everything green. If it is, we're not setting our standards high enough. I do have a specific question on section 2.5, which I think you alluded to, Alison, a little bit. The pipeline for land put forward for future nature recovery seems to be very low. What specific actions do we have to try and fill that pipeline a bit better?
So you'll know this is based on our ability to work in partnership with others. It's not based on our own land holdings. And the numbers that make a difference on the scale we're looking for are often the big changes in land use. And they only come forward every so often. So I think what you're seeing is a reflection that we haven't had big numbers falling into this year, but that we've got more delivery in the pipeline. And so we're confident that we'll hit those. It's simply a case of when it gets signed on the dotted line, if you like, or when the spade is in the ground and the trees are planted. Do you want to add anything?
Well, I can just add a bit of colour to that, really, I guess, in the sense that we've got an imminent announcement that I think will certainly help us in the coming years, which I can't say much more on now, but keep an eye on the news. Well, it's more obviously we've been gearing up this woodland carbon platform, which is obviously around 1,000 hectares in total, but looking at the initial 500 hectares, and we're feeling very confident about that being successful with a funder in the near course of time. So I think we've talked about this within the corporate plan, because obviously when you're looking at a 5-year plan, you do sometimes have peaks and troughs, and I think generally speaking it's the long-term outcome that's the important one, and as long as you're confident on that, then you can have a quiet year.
Thank you. Vanessa, is that on the same point? Is Sean's on the same point? Yeah.
I mean, just the other thing to add is the coming on stream of nationally significant infrastructure projects in November for BNG. I think if we're successful in being able to engage with that and be providers to those projects, I think again we'll see a massive boost in terms of what we're able to do with partners. I mean, maybe a dangerous thing to say, but I feel quite optimistic that we will by 2030 beat this target, because we've got a lot of things that are sort of in play that will come on stream in that time. So yeah, it's amber, and we should mark it as amber because that's where we are, but also reflect that sort of quiet confidence, hopefully, that we will smash it.
Thank you, thanks. I'm just wondering, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but whether there's a rating for how we're doing this year, and then how confident we are about achieving it by the end of our target time, because that might actually give comfort and obviously allow for these annual dips and troughs.
We are planning to build that into the new reporting cycle. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Vanessa?
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight some of the good stuff that's going on, just because I think just, reflecting on the Changing Chalk programme that we just listened to and how we're going to keep all this good stuff going and how important it is if we are making big changes in the landscape that we bring people with us. And so I just want to highlight the engagement and the events that the team have done, which is just so much. It's just really, really great. And it's so important that we do that and people are connected to our work, because if we don't have that connection, we won't then build the care and the ongoing conservation of the work that we want to do. And it's really, really important, all that bottom-up stuff. So I'm just want to say well done to the team. And we also did talk about a lot of stuff from the NPA meeting on Tuesday. It's sort of blurring in my mind. So the carbon stuff. So we've kind of chatted about that, which I feel good about. So yeah.
So thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd echo entirely what Stephen said about, 2 or 3 years ago, we would get RAG reports that were full of green. Never trust them. This one looks absolutely credible. And of course, what we're trying to do is difficult. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here trying to do it, would we? So, I'm really quite reassured, perverse though it might sound, I'm reassured by the number of ambers and the odd red in this. Equally, on one specific then, CP 7.2, the number of green South Downs certified businesses, we had a target of 32, we've got 1. So, that's fine. Maybe some of it doesn't work. Maybe that was a really good idea at the time. We've worked it through. It doesn't fit businesses or whatever. Fine, let's not flog a dead horse. Let's move on. Again, that's, to me, is a really healthy thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, because a number of us were involved in the development of these kite marks for Green South Downs. And, it's a really fascinating scheme, but interesting. Is that something now we're going to sort of put down the agenda a bit?
I think the scheme was really well thought through and had a really good aim. I think the reality is that we found that the SMEs really struggle for capacity, and that is one of the key blockers in getting them over the line within that. We have pivoted it slightly in the sense that one of the areas where we see businesses wanting to contribute is through raising funds or supporting the trust. And so we are kind of centering in on that. We still have the Green South Downs offer that people can undertake, but it's just a question of resource, because it is really hard to bring people on that journey, given the resource it takes and the focus. And obviously the larger organisations are going for something like B Corp or something a bit more, a bit more involved, basically.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful. In the current economic environment, it's tricky. Vanessa, is it coming back on that? Yep. Wonderful.
I'm just sort of backing up what James said, because we were with the business yesterday, Sean and I, and just chatting with them about kind of branding and their thing. Just like the South Downs, just using the South Downs and the kind of imagery of like Seven Sisters is everywhere. People are using it, so it's coming in different ways, and maybe they don't need to do this. And I think Jerry's right. Sometimes, you can try these things and maybe doesn't need to continue.
It's
it's
really
fine.
healthy to try things.
Right. Yeah.
Learn from the failures.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you. Tom?
Thank you. I've been asked by Lara to ask a question, but she's not able to join us. So,
okay.
Sorry if it might have already been covered slightly. What major donor events do the fundraising team currently host within the national park, and how does the fundraising team collaborate with other areas of the park to encourage future legacies and gifts? Thank you.
Thank you, Tom and Laura. It's an interesting question. So obviously, when we set up the trust, one of the key focuses was major donors from the outset. And we've spent a long time building up a supporter base. In the early days, a lot of that was simply writing to people and asking to introduce the trust and talk to them about the work and whether they might be interested in supporting. That work is still ongoing. I'm pleased to say that given where we are and the population that surrounds us, there's huge opportunity, and so I don't feel that we've maxed out that work yet. And so in complementing that, we do run regular events. Historically, we've ran two particular events. One is a development board event, so that's a network of individuals who are supporting the trust, and they meet around every 18 months, and that's chaired by the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, and we meet with them outside of that, and that is all about contributing or also helping us to meet other people who might help. Give or get, it's sometimes referred to. And we're really lucky with a group of people who are generous with their time and their money, and that's brilliant and drives a lot of the work of the trust. We've also run in the past some big fundraising events. So we ran one at Rolls-Royce at Goodwood, and more recently at Arundel Castle, where Tim Peake graced us with his presence. So those are great events. We've reflected recently because actually they take a huge amount of resource, and they do raise a profit, but when you level that up with the time involved in putting them on, it's questionable whether that's the best use of time. And we did meet a donor once who said, "I will pay you not to come." So, you know, it's not always fully embraced by your donors either. So what we're moving to is some sort of more informal events. So we're going to run a series of lunches, and this is where one of our supporters will basically put on a lunch, invite their network along, and we'll have the opportunity to tell them a bit about what we do, hopefully show a bit of what we do, and that hopefully produces new conversations with people who might be interested in supporting us. And then we're going to do an event which is more of a thank you really for these people. So we've done the events at Arundel Castle, but we're actually looking to do something which is actually free as a thank you for their time and their generosity. So it's a really good question. Your point on legacies, again, it's another interesting point. I mean, we've been promoting legacies since we started, and we don't have a case at the moment to be able to invest in legacies in terms of having a single professional person, so it's covered by a collection of staff. What we tend to do is to send legacy leaflets to all of the relevant accountancy firms and legal firms in the park who might be perhaps engaging with someone and writing their will. And obviously the hope is that if there's a conversation around charitable donations, they'll be aware of us and they'll talk about our work. We also take adverts in the local press, which in this case is quite targeted. And we hope that obviously starts to generate people thinking about us at that point they're writing their wills. The other thing we've done recently is we've actually ran some legacy events. So we've invited people to come on a guided walk at Seven Sisters, have a glass of Sussex Sparkling, or Southdown Sparkling, I should say. And we basically pitched the trust then quite deliberately. I would say these people know they're coming to a legacy event, so it's not too awkward, although I do tend to feel a little bit uncomfortable. But that's been really good, and we've had some really engaged conversation there with people who are writing their will at that time and have come to find out about us and subsequently, you know, tell you, I'll be putting a gift in. So we know that's really effective. So that's what we're doing. I would say it's starting to pay dividends because in the past 3 years we've had a legacy every year. So we're starting to see it turn into gifts, and I think that's going to increase. I think there is an opportunity actually at a national level, and we've talked to national parks partnerships about this, because I think whilst it's hard for us to make the case for a specific legacy role at the South Downs, there is a case for a legacy role for parks at large, because there might be people who want to give a legacy to a couple of parks, or to parks as a whole, or to the South Downs. And so if you had national parks partnerships promoting legacy giving for national parks in places like London, for example, that would be really positive. And that person could then also use their expertise to help guide the work that we do amongst ourselves at the side of the desk, but to greater effect with their professional advice. So I think there is an opportunity there that we'd like to pursue in due course. So I hope that covers it.
Yeah, thanks very much, James. That's great. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Robson.
Thank you. I just wanted to start by saying, just as Vanessa said, really encouraged by that kind of progress on kind of access and diversity and engagement. That's really kind of reassuring to read. And then just also, before I go on to my main point, relating back to the green businesses certification, obviously if it's not working, don't push it, but I do think there's scope when we look at that other target on emissions and net zero in the park as a whole to actually use that as a mechanism, because if we get that kind of business level change, I think that kind of trickle down effect for that other goal. So if it's not working in the current format, obviously don't push it, but I do think there is potential in that for climate more broadly, so definitely wouldn't say write it off entirely. Two things I wanted to question. On the, under HLT2, Target 2, about favourable condition for 80% of SSSIs. Obviously, SSSIs are difficult things, to say the least, so I'm aware that that target is probably really ambitious, but it would just be reassuring on that one, we're kind of making about 0.5% progress a year, and obviously we're at 30, we need 80. Now, I'm aware that 80 is probably a very ambitious given how SSS, I mean, you're nodding out, and I know you know what I mean, they're difficult things. But just kind of some guidance on, that something is being done to at least try and accelerate that would be reassuring. And then also, I had a question on the, under the income generation 3.4. It's obviously quite disappointing to see we didn't get either of the projects we put in for the species recovery programme with Natural England, particularly as they were quite big in value compared to the others. And I just wondered if that, Natural England gave us feedback on why we didn't get that funding, particularly because it seems, I don't know if anyone else has seen, it seems like everyone and their wife has got funding from that programme across the country. So it would just be interesting what specifically about our projects, because I mean, the species there, I mean, I've seen about a dozen watervole projects across the country getting money, bats as well. So it would just be assuring to know that we've got some feedback on how we can improve that for other bids, because obviously that's some really good money for our nature action.
Yeah, thank you, Robson. Two really good points. Alison, are you able to say something about the SSIs, please? Yeah.
Yes, so that target is the responsibility of Natural England. They are running well behind on their condition assessment programme, unfortunately. It is a kind of gold standard level of assessment, and it takes quite a bit of resource, and they've been gradually falling behind over a number of years, which is incredibly frustrating because it is also one of the protected landscapes targets and outcome framework measures. So we have a target where we have very little direct control. What we do is work that helps to move SSSIs towards favourable conditions. So the rangers in particular will be out working on SSSI land and on features and doing jobs that contribute towards improving the condition of those sites. So we're focused on what can we do to make sure that when they are assessed, they move from unfavourable or unfavourable recovering into favourable condition. And there's also, I think, a wider issue with the permanency, if you like, of the SSSI citations, so the reasons that those sites were designated in the first place and how sustainable those are in the face of climate change. So it may well be that there are some sites that have been designated for something incredibly special that, regardless of what we do, simply won't be there in future, and that is the sad reality. And at the moment, there's no flexibility in that process to recognise that and adapt the citation accordingly. So there's a combination of factors here. We're doing what we can, and we are actually working with Natural England at the moment on Seven Sisters to test their common standards monitoring, so gold standard approach to SSSI condition, against the rapid habitat condition assessment methodology that we use for looking at chalk grasslands outside of designated sites, to see whether we can help them find a shortcut to moving some of that forward faster. And we're nowhere near the end of that, but the initial work looks quite encouraging. So we're doing what we can, but it isn't entirely within our gift. James, do you want to say what you can on the...
I can do. Thanks, Robson. I can answer 50% of your question, because I'm afraid on the bats one, I can't recall the specific feedback that we got. What I would say is that it speaks to having shovel-ready projects, because that was one of those last-minute funding opportunities where we had to scrabble around a bit, and that impacts the quality of your bid and, as a result, your outcome. And that's why we're putting a lot of energy and effort at the moment into project development to make sure that when these things come up, we've got well-laid plans that we can quickly mobilise. In terms of the Waterville one, actually that was a project where we had a better laid plan. We actually approached that via two routes, because we put in a bid, but the Waterlife Trust also put in an application, and in fact theirs was successful. So that work is going forward, albeit through another partner with us in support. So we're very much part of that work, and it is happening. It's just not with us as the lead.
Thanks very much, James. Sean?
I was only going to add, I can hunt down the letter and provide that, so we've got the full picture.
Yeah, no, it's just because obviously they're quite big bids that we didn't get, and just I think if you look at it from a, okay, maybe my perception's skewed because of what I do for work, but when lots and lots and lots of organisations got funding, for multiple projects, a lot of them, so just it's good to know how we can improve those bids going forward, because I think some of this bigger nature action, we need those, million plus pots of money sort of coming in.
Yeah, thank you. Sure.
I mean, just take us back a couple of days, that proposal for the Impact Growth Fund, part of what we want to do there is have the ability to invest in our capability to prepare that pipeline so that we are ready and we can be successful. So it's relevant. I was just going to say something generally on how we're going to review the performance and the sort of all green versus green, amber, red that we've got forward. I think you're absolutely right. If it's all coming through green, either we're not telling the truth or we're not being ambitious enough. So we have, just a reminder, we have a plan now, and I think we have allocated the provider, I think, who's going to do an independent review of our plan every year and provide us with a report, which will come through here, as well as NPA, I hope, against which we will give a management response and say, this is why we're not achieving this, this is what we plan to fix it. Part of that might be proposals to shift targets or to remove targets, for example, if they're, we realise they're not working and they're not relevant, and replace them with something else, so that the plan is dynamic, and so we're not fixed to something. Because if we've been under ambitious and we just get green, 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 I think there's going to be a point where we want to say, well, why don't we double our target on that one? Does everyone agree? So that's the process we want to put in place. We want to do it through the governance structure so that it's in the public domain, so that it's not just this group that's holding us to account, but all of our partners, and they can see what we're doing. It's something that in my previous life in international development I was very familiar with. It can seem a little scary. Actually, it's just really, really effective, and it just makes us think immediately gets us into a cycle of review and improvement, and recognizing that, you know, we need to be able to see where we are not hitting our ambition and why that might be. So yeah, just a little reminder to everyone that that's where we're heading, and something to look forward to.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean. That's really helpful. Jerry?
Sorry, just quickly flipping back to the Species Recovery Programme. I just pulled up the spreadsheet of all 131 bids there. None of them have gone to national parks. They've all gone to either universities or Natural England or Wildlife Trust. So I wouldn't put too much down arrow on the fact that we didn't get any money from them.
Yeah, thank you. Yvonne?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask about the compliments, comments and complaints summary, which I thought was very interesting. Having dealt with complaints in the NHS in my career, I know how difficult it can be to deal with them, but it would be, I don't know whether it's available in some other format, but it would be really interesting to understand exactly what categories of complaint they were, and so that we can monitor really whether there are key issues, key complaints that we can focus on and spend some time on improving if it's about delivery of service or whatever it is, so that it will help us monitor it more effectively than just having a number.
Thank you. Thanks, Yvonne. I don't know who'd like to take this one. Oh, Richard. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Yvonne. So complaints, compliments, comments have just come within my team now. So this is one of the things that we're going to be having a little look at is how we monitor them, the reporting back to you. It's been in this format for quite a while, so your feedback is really useful, and we'll take that away and look at it for next time as to perhaps how we break it down, how we consider the complaints that we get internally, and just making sure that we are learning from them and identifying, as you say, if there are any particular areas of concern.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you. It is worth noting, though, that actually the improvement in the number of responses being issued within the timescale has gone up quite significantly. So that's to be congratulated. But clearly, learning from complaints is the biggest thing that we need to do as an organisation. Okay, any other comments, questions? I just want to acknowledge this is a really meaty paper. And there's, obviously, we've spent a lot of time on the higher level targets, quite rightly. We've also got the HR and health and safety update, which is, I think the team should be commended for the work they've been doing over the year. We've just mentioned the complaints. Thank you, Yvonne, for bringing that in. Again, that's a big thank you to everyone who has dealt with that, because we know complaints can be sometimes easily resolved and sometimes take weeks or months to address. So that is a huge piece of work. The annual review document that is printed in full, for those of us who got it printed out, those of you can see it. I found that really valuable in preparing to give talks beyond the park, which is quite helpful as well. And also, I'd like to commend the biodiversity duty statement. That's really, really helpful in terms of laying out everything that we are doing and pulling it all together. So there's an enormous amount of work behind this, and I know it feels like the committee's only focused on one bit of it. I think we've focused on the prime sort of top level bit, but I'd just like to recognise all the work that's gone into the rest. So thanks to everyone. Sean.
Is this the last point?
Yeah.
I just want to, just for the record, just thank Rebecca and Pauline and Dawn for the amazing work they've done on performance and measurement over the last year. I've put quite a lot of challenge in front of them. We've also had the PMP going on in the background, and the development of the new corporate plan and the way we're going to measure that, and we'll see that coming next, which is going to be great. But it's been really fantastic. I think we've really, really improved massively how we do this, and it's such an important part of what we do, not just for accountability, but just going to your point on legacies, if we want people to feel like they want to leave their money to the South Downs, we have to convince them that we're doing great stuff, and we can only do that if we measure it well and report it well. So it really ties in. So thank you very much.
It does, yeah. Thank you. Right, colleagues, time for a lunch break. Can we reconvene, please, at... Oh, well, sorry, Stephen. Oh, sorry, we haven't... No, we're not allowed to. Well done. That's why you need deputy chairs. Okay, can I ask you all, please, to vote for the recommendation in front of us? Thank you very much. Now we can go to lunch. And can I ask you to return just in half an hour, please, at 1:15? Thank you very much.
dismissed has dropped there, so that's where the Planning Inspectorate took a different view to our decision. We keep track of that. It's reported back to Planning Committee every quarter, and again, it follows that national trend versus the national agenda of build. So we're keeping track of that. We're still well above any concerning figures in terms of performance metrics, but we'll keep track of that as the year goes on and keep reporting that back to Planning Committee. And just to bust that myth that National Park authorities say no to everything, this is divided into quarter. It shows that we actually approve around 91, 93% of the applications that the National Park Authority receive. That's a new slide for this year, and I'll continue to report it, because again, it just busts that myth that we are that proactive planning authority. And then for enforcement as well, again, another busy year with 513 cases opened. There are less closed, and as you can see over the year, it does fluctuate. That's nothing that we're concerned about. It's not indicating any resource issue. It's to do with the complexity of those cases that have been opened. It's not as simple as 1 in, 1 out, I'm afraid. So that is we are comfortable with those figures, even though we have closed less cases than we have opened. Just to highlight the work of our wider team, because it takes a village to run the service. So we're working across the authority and with partners as well. So there's a lot of technical support teams, our SIL, Section 106 monitoring teams, and our legal colleagues as well that work closely with us. But I wanted to include this slide. This is the Midhurst technical support team, just so you can see the volume of the contact that they deal with year on year. So almost 59,000 emails in the last year. Obviously, that doesn't include the phone calls and letters and everything else that they have to deal with. But it just indicates that obviously we can't close the door on this service, and all of our support teams are very busy in keeping it running. We have the authority monitoring report, which is reported annually as part of the local plan. I've included it here for the whole package, and obviously happy to answer any questions on that, but it reflects on the statistics that we have to monitor as part of the local plan. In terms of what's next and continuing to ensure quality, we still have our really useful roundtable officer discussions, which is where all officers come together to discuss complex cases so we can get that consistent approach across the teams. We have our all planning team events in this hall where all of our hosts come together as well, so that we can all hear the same information, the same training, keep up to date with each other. We're also very open to feedback as well. We continue to run agents forums where we ask for that feedback. We rather uniquely ask for feedback at the back of every decision notice. As part of the senior management team and planning, we work through that data as well to keep track of our customer satisfaction. Regular heads of planning, attendance at National Park England meetings and our roles with our fellow National Park authorities. And we keep that link officer role with our host authorities going strongly as well with Nat Belderson, who's working from their offices and is the day-to-day contact to make sure that we've got that link between our partners. For the next year, what we want to continue working on, our performance is good, but it does have a reliance on the use of extensions of time. We want to work through the system to reduce those. Part of that is that fourth point there, service redesign. I introduced it last year, but there has been a lot of work over the last year behind the scenes with workshops, looking at all of our templates, all of our reports, all of our processes, all of our systems, just to say, we've been using it for 15 years. Are we using it in the best way that we possibly can? So there's a lot of work that we've done, and we're now in the stage of putting it all together and getting our new procedure guides ready to roll that out. But the emphasis of that is efficiency. How can we make that legally sound, correct decision at the end in the best and quickest way possible? Also on that third point, data everywhere in terms of monitoring the planning guarantee, which is on our risk register in terms of refunds for planning applications if we go over time. So we're constantly on that data and making sure that doesn't happen. But we do have challenges. It feels like not a week goes by where we don't have a consultation to respond to at the moment. We're dealing with a constantly changing planning system, and we have to adapt to that. Change is good, but it does take work to keep on top of it and to keep changing our systems to reflect that. it continues to be a very litigious adversarial process. There's increases in legal challenges or attempts at legal challenges. But one of our key things is getting the positive message out there. And when we spoke in NPA with the communications team, it's really important that we get those positive planning stories out there. And there's been a real change, and we've seen the real positive consequences of that about shouting about the good work that planning does. Obviously, it's really hard out of 5,000 cases to choose 2, but I just thought I'd highlight some of the more interesting ones. So this was approval considered by Planning Committee in October of last year for a split across this area of Petworth for 11 garage sites, which will be demolished and replaced with 19 affordable homes. So obviously a real positive and in support of our PMP ambitions there as well. It was also shortlisted in the affordable housing category at the Planning Awards. It didn't win, but being shortlisted is a real achievement. So the whole team are proud of that. We also had a more recent application at Corhampton Golf Club, which resulted in a refusal at committee. I put this in there as an example of this is a golf club that wanted to expand, for economic reasons, but there were concerns with land reprofiling, the impact it had on our cultural heritage. It came to committee, and ultimately the decision was made to refuse it, and we'll see what comes out of any planning inspectorate decision on that. But it's an example of where we're standing up for the landscape, for cultural heritage, and all of our PMP aims when we absolutely have to. And finally, on SIL, Community Infrastructure Levy, it was a bumper year. Last year we collected 2.3 million, which obviously we were working with you to allocate to those good projects. But just a few examples there across all of our county council areas, St Catherine's Hill Steps, Centurion Way and Sussex Ouse Valley. So a real combination of the types of projects that Community Infrastructure Levy can support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rob. Really interesting. And also, thank you very much for attaching the planning newsletter too. I mean, I know we receive it regularly, but it's good as a reminder for everyone. So thank you. Any questions for Rob? Yes, Yvonne.
Thank you. First of all, I'm feeling incredibly guilty because I hope I didn't make a significant contribution to the 59,000 emails. I do apologise, but thank you for the help that you gave me in getting the dialogue going on the fire-damaged buildings. That was really amazing support, and I'm very intrigued to know what category of, why you're in this award tonight for Planning Authority. It's a very interesting thing to happen. Wonderful.
Yes, so the Royal Town Planning Institute, they have regional awards, and we put ourselves forward, so we put a case forward that went into detail on the work that we do, being a national park authority, but also being one of the biggest planning authorities in the country, and how we work through that balance, how we work with our host authority councils as well, which is unique, but also the links that we have to biodiversity net gain and the links we have with nature-based solutions and reacting to the market and everything that we need to consider in planning and just how we're proactively doing that. So that was the case that we put forward. We're one of 3 shortlisted tonight. If we're successful, you then go on to the national awards. So.
Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of topics. Firstly, on the speed of decision making, hats off. People may not appreciate, but that's a phenomenal record, 90+%. I've got clients all over the country who tear their hair out at applications that take months and months and months to be determined. So just to give that a bit of context, that really is tremendous. And then on the enforcement side of things, which you had a slide about on the number of cases opened and closed, the trend over the last 5 years is actually downwards if you sort of did a best fit line. And I know that during COVID, actually there was a big spike in enforcement complaints because everyone was at home and they started dobbing in their neighbours for what they'd done in their back gardens and what have you. And And if you look at the figures for 2021, 2022, you can see perhaps a reflection of that. So I'm just wondering if that sort of downward trend over the last 5 years is a sort of return to pre-COVID levels, or is it more to do with what the team are doing on the enforcement front?
I'll start on the enforcement point. I think Tim will come in for the extensions of time. You're right, there was definitely a peak in COVID times for that reason that you said. And enforcement's moved on quite a lot. It's now very easy to report something. You know, it's a simple online form, so which is good. We should make it easier for people to report those investigations. It does follow the trend, though. As you said, it does hover around that 500 mark. We don't anticipate that going up any further. And obviously, they're the cases we're reacting to. They're the reactive cases. So they're the ones that we're informed about as well. So it does rely on people coming to us, or parish councils or our partners coming to us. So it's quite hard to influence how many reports we actually get, because we do rely on people reporting it.
Thank you. And certainly don't want to knock back any praise or compliment, so thank you regarding putting it in context for those who aren't aware in terms of how phenomenal that time performance is. But, and Rob touched upon it, and it's great that we're doing this, is a service design review, because our agents panel basically said it's good, but you do use quite a lot of extensions of time, and if you use the extensions of time and get it within the revised period, that counts as doing it in time. And the feedback was also, I'm just being very honest, was also, it's hard to say no to you because you don't, but some authorities chuck it out if you don't use that extension of time because we're missing a piece of information or we haven't quite satisfied you. So, and Rob's leading on this brilliantly, but we are trying to really look at how we can use those extensions of time, because I'll never forget a phrase one agent said is, I'd rather have your average time. That's what I can tell my client at the very beginning of the process. What's the average time to deal with the extension or with 2 new houses or whatever? So that's what we're focusing on.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Any Vanessa and Stephen?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. So obviously just want to say well done to the team as well for the local plan. That's massive. That was huge. Well done. And also, I don't know if you touched on it in here, but we spoke about it sometime this week. Oh yeah, it was on Tuesday, just about the proactive press and comms that we've been doing around our planning stuff. I just think that's really healthy, and just getting stuff out there, and just letting people know what's going on before they have to keep asking questions, I think is really, really great. I also want to thank the team for our Planning for Nature Day we did recently, for just coming with such open minds and just being really collaborative with us as members to try and find a way of using the planning system as kind of creatively and wonderfully so that we can deliver what we want in our partnership management plan. So I really want to thank the team for that. So 2 things was just kind of like on the appeals, you sort of touched on it about kind of like the kind of national picture in terms of growth. But I think it's really important for people who bash national parks for allowing planning permissions to go through that they don't think is acceptable and stuff, like the restrictions that we're under, and actually why you can't always just refuse an application just because you don't like it and everything like that. I just think it's really important for us to make that really clear, what the kind of restrictions are about these things and the constraints we've got about that. And also, oh, sorry, it's going into a comment again, but just for members around the table who don't go to planning committee meetings like I do, just to listen to them, it's actually quite a stressful process. But there was the Corhampton application. Can I talk about this? That it was so interesting because it was going to involve importing a load of other sort of horrible soil from somewhere else around the country, dumping it onto a load of chalk grassland or on the chalk, and just completely messing with the landscape. And so I think the team did a fantastic job, and the members at that meeting did such a fantastic job of just like saying, no, that is just not acceptable. You can't do that in a national park. So that's a really important example of landscape, like you said. And then also just on, you know, on your performance focus, you've got here the service redesign, and I was thinking of those 50,000, 59,000 plus Yvonne's calls. Are you looking at ways of like using AI to help that process? And also just with people when they're doing applications, like I've been at this authority for a few years, and I would be terrified to make a planning application because it's just so complex and all the different surveys you've got to do. Is there some guidance? Is there like a kind of flow diagram or something we can use with AI so people know like actually what kind of level of survey do you need to do? Is there a spectrum of it? Just to kind of demystify and make people not feel, you know, it goes back to this behavioural science element of this, of how we make it feel like that people are contributing to delivering our partnership management plan effectively, and make them feel really good about the stuff that they're going to be including in this is actually great because it's going to do this and that, rather than it's an onerous exercise that's going to cost you money and I don't understand why you're making me do it. Did you get all that? Is that all right? Sorry, rambling. Thanks.
Thank you. In terms of appeals first, we receive a detailed report from the inspectorate on each of them, and we review it in a lot of detail, particularly if it's dismissed. We mentioned the roundtable sessions earlier. We bring them there as well so we can discuss them as a team. We also keep an eye on what's going on in other protected landscapes as well, just to see how the inspectorate are treating other national parks, other national landscapes too. As I said, we also report back to committee with those learnings as well. So we do highlight the ones where, you know, we could have done better. You know, we always hold our hands up if we say no, that maybe wasn't the right decision to refuse it. But equally, as you use that Corhampton example there, we will still stand up for the ones that we need to stand up for. So it is a changing picture. Every authority across the country is learning about the new planning world as it is. But we do just keep constant monitoring of it and learn from them as well, because that's what they're there for. In terms of AI, yes, we are, and I'm actually sitting down with our technical support manager next week or the week after to talk about what's out there, because there is a lot out there that ranges from replacing town planners to validating applications to, you know, there's a lot on the market. But earlier in NPA, when we were talking about the Investment Growth Fund, you know, we could look at it in terms of that as well to see what opportunities there are out there for us. And then finally, making the process easier. At the Planning for Nature Day, we talked about our website a lot and how it should help people flow through what is a very complicated process if you don't do it as a day job. So we are looking at that. We're also looking at things like our local validation list, which is the one that we can control, to make sure that you're only bringing surveys when you actually need them, so you're not spending wasted time and money. And just presentationally, how can we make it as easy as possible so that is all part of our sort of wider redesign.
Really helpful. I've got Stephen, then Jerry.
Thank you, Chair. Just so I understand the appeals performance, when it says 65% dismissed, that's 65% of the time the inspector agreed with the park's conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah. Great. And I had a second question. For the enforcement, I think I asked for this last year and maybe even the year before. Would it be possible to have an aged analysis? Because I wonder if I know of an example of an enforcement case that's been going on for years, and it'd be interesting to see if there is a core of those. You know, some will be done in weeks, and others may be hanging around for years and years and years. It would be interesting to see how that's split, only because for the, you know, then understanding a little bit more, you know, what can be done about the longer term ones. I know they're the most complex, of course. Thank you.
Yes, certainly, Stephen. Yeah, we have the data on days that cases are open, etc. So we can put that together. So yeah, apologies, it isn't in there.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Rob. Jerry.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I was going to congratulate you on the outcome at Soberton the other week. And that's a good example of an enforcement case that's been going on for years and years and years, obviously far closer to the heart of John Highland, I would imagine, than it is to me. But there's another one in my patch over at Bramdean that, again, you know, the appeal against the enforcement notice was dismissed, yet it's going to be a number of years, no doubt, before that achieves a conclusion. Are there any metrics that can compare us to other authorities that we can use to help blow your trumpet for you, if you like? Insofar as I have 12 parishes that I have to go round to in my patch, enforcement is always coming up as a moan from locals. Now, most of us around this table get it that it's not a case of somebody going out and putting a stop order on today because somebody's complained, but it would be really useful if we could say, actually, do you know what, the park compared to quite a lot of authorities is pretty successful on enforcement as a whole. Yes, it does take a long time, but you are in the more effective league, as it were.
Tim will come in on the enforcement just in terms of creating a benchmark between authorities. We are constantly ranked. There's a lot of tables out there that go into details on our performance in terms of time, our performance without extensions of time as well. So we are ranked regionally and nationally as well. I think Tim will come in on the enforcement side.
Just a brief comment, really. There is a national enforcement group, and I know one of our team is represented on there. They don't meet terribly regularly, but it's a really good forum that they exchange information. It might be worth floating that idea there about what the metrics are. There'll always be a degree of, I guess, circumspection around it because some of the cases inevitably are going to take a long time. And as importantly, sometimes you are taking action, and Stephen may be aware of this, knowing it's a risk, but you're sending a message out, and the actual individual result is not necessarily the key factor. The key factor is you're an authority prepared to take that action. But certainly we'll take away how we could begin to get those metrics from a national perspective.
Thank you. Yes, Laura.
Thanks very much for the report. Really interesting, particularly for those of us who aren't on planning committees, so really helpful to have that overview. So I have two questions, one that's specific and one that's more general. The more specific question actually piggybacks on Vanessa's question and Yvonne's about the 59,000 emails. It stands out in the mind, the number. I'm curious whether or not there's any sort of assessment of the themes that arise from those emails. And obviously, if you split them out, there'll be the ones which are very specific to the planning application that person's contacting about. But what about those more generic emails or comments or questions, whether or not there are any themes and trends, and then linking that back into, I think, I'm not sure where I heard it, but somewhere we talked about splitting out the website and having a separate kind of website for planning, about our ability then to be able to link that to what is it that we're hearing from those emails, and can we then be updating that on the website so that people can find some of the answers that they're contacting us about themselves. So that's my specific question. And then my general question was just more about trends. So obviously it looks like the general trend in terms of the overall workload has largely stayed around the same. But with all the planning reforms, do you think that that's something that will continue to be the case, say, looking in the next sort of 3 to 5 year time frame? And also, how much capacity does the planning team have to be able to deal with any kind of increase in planning applications, if there is any sort of substantial increase in the future? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. In terms of the emails, they cover everything. So they could be application submissions, they could be people asking general inquiries, submitting comments. Obviously, our website is set up to accommodate all of those things. Some people still prefer to send an email. As much as you say, there's a better way to do this. There's an automatic way to do this. And going back to Vanessa's point about how confusing the planning system is, some of them are people asking for help, which is fine, and that it is a confusing process, but then they need to come to us for that extra support. So yeah, as you can see, we keep track of it. There's a bit of a jump, almost by 10,000 this year. I'm not really sure on the reasons for that, but we will keep track of it as well. In terms of the general trends, you're correct. What I showed there, it shows the what's expected nationally, and just in terms of the economic performance of the country and people making developments, that has plateaued, if not decreased. It's hard to predict what happens over the next 5 years, but I think what I would say is that we're at the end of our local plan at the moment. Obviously, starting the new local plan next year, so we can expect to see more of those applications or the allocations in the local plan, all the things that it promotes starting to come in. So you might see a bit of an increase as we deliver the new local plan. And in terms of capacity, you know, that's the one of the benefits of being such a big planning authority is that we've got the teams. Yes, they're covering geographic areas, but we can move them around to where the demand is. So, no, we're fully resourced, and so are the host authorities as well. So in a good position to meet that.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. Tim.
Very quickly, just a more general point. Most of the planning reforms are about trying to take stuff out of the system. So there is a view that will relieve the pressure on planners, and government's funding 350 odd planners a year, and there's always stories about training courses and all the rest of it at various levels. We do factor that in, but we also know that for every change that takes stuff out, there's often complexity with new stuff that comes in, even though it's supposed to make the system easier. I'm thinking of prior approvals. That's one example. They say you don't need planning permission, but then you need prior approval, and it's 3/4 of the same work sort of thing. So we're planning, it's a very good question, and thank you. We're planning on about the same, because we're not yet to be convinced that the system will be that much easier. The other point is around skill sets. I think there's a lot more around biodiversity, nature, that planners are learning. And thankfully, regional and spatial planning will come back as well. So there'll be a whole new opening for a bunch of people.
Tim, looking forward to the new mayoral responsibilities. Yeah, absolutely. Robson.
Thank you. I just had 2 quick points. One, on the point about getting the message out there that planning is a positive. That Petworth garage site that you showed, I think, is a really powerful one in the sense of, you know, for the people that are like, build, you know, it's building affordable housing and that thing, but also because it had those co-benefits, if you like, it was going to do an orchard and the kind of wildflower site. So I think those particular ones, it really, you know, I know you put them out there, but I think it needs to get beyond that immediate, because, I mean, I hadn't really seen it. You know what I mean? Just sort of getting it out there, because I think, you know, not just for people that want to develop, but I think, you know, those people that are traditionally branded as like NIMBYs and stuff, that's the kind of thing that they don't actually have an objection to, and it's actually framing that in a way where it gets out beyond just people that want to do a housing development. So that's just one point. The other thing I wanted to ask was about, we had the one about the speed of decision making. We've kind of touched on that. But I just wondered if there was any thoughts about the fact, if you look at it, you've kind of got, you know, Chichester 92, South Downs 96, Winchester 97, but then East Hampshire 86. I'm ignoring Lewis because we've obviously took it back in, so I don't necessarily think that 79% is probably, it was for the non-majors, sorry. Is there, I guess, concern about how it looks if you're trying to get planning in the park, that if you're anywhere but East Hampshire, obviously ignoring Lewis, that you'd have a 90+%, you know, in the right time, but then East Hampshire is quite below that? Is that a concern? I know we touched on it on Tuesday. My brain's a bit fried from the heat, so it'd just be good to kind of get a kind of sense check there of, is there a point where, you know, and also if you look at the others, they've either sustained or improved, particularly if you look at Winchester, there's a big improvement, and we've not seen that in East Hampshire. So I guess that was my question, just kind of, at what point do we intervene, or is that still at a level where it's not really a problem?
Thank you. On the comms first, thank you for the feedback. We are, as I said, we are trying to be much more proactive in shouting about those good news stories and getting it out there. You would have seen the updates on the fire damaged buildings as well. That was on the main page of the website. And what we will be doing is, after these big decisions go to committee, you know, that's a public thing already, but we're already working with our comms team to make sure that when decisions are made, that we pretty much release a statement before we've left the building, just to get on top of it, and obviously then trust the network to spread that good news out. So we're always open to views on how we can shout out about it a bit more. In terms of the statistics, it's not at a level where we're worried. We're aware of the reasons why it is lower than our other host authorities, and that's the why we have the link officer and the strong relationship with the management team at East Hampshire to work through that. So it is something that we constantly monitor. You know, East Hampshire do a lot of our applications. I think they're the third busiest team. But no, it's not at a level where we're worried, but we do constantly monitor it. And, you know, going back to our conversations at NPA earlier in the week, obviously we've got legal agreements that back this up. They have their own service level agreements and quality markers in there as well. So we've got mechanisms to do it if we need to, but we're not there.
Thank you very much. Thanks, colleagues. And thank you very much, Rob and Tim, for the presentation. Sean, you're allowed in now.
I mean, I just want to, you know, like with all these things, I'm hugely proud of the work that we do on planning, and hugely proud of the team. It's a huge workload. It's incredibly complex, very technical. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of emotion that comes through the door or through the email, inbox and so on. And you're always professional, always measured, flexible, and really always open to improving. So thank you very much.
Yeah. I'd certainly echo that from the members' point of view as well. And I do think your point about myth busting with 93% of approvals is a really important figure, and that's one we should all just remember and have in our back pocket when someone starts complaining to us. But thank you so much. Really positive year. And one more thing, and then we'll go to the recommendation.
So we visited one of the South Downs better known wineries yesterday, and just to pass on that they said very clearly that if it hadn't been for our planning team, they wouldn't be in existence, and that was incredible feedback.
Yeah, amazing. Can we get a quote somewhere? Brilliant. Okay, colleagues. Could I ask you please to vote on the recommendation before us? Thank you very much. Thanks all. Thanks, Rob. And Tim, you're staying with us for a while. Yeah, thank you. Okay, item 15, the DEFRA Capital Grant. Last year was the first year of such a thing. Victoria, just a few words from you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you'll be aware that last year we had £2 million granted to us from DEFRA for capital expenditure in year, which presented us with a few challenges in terms of getting our processes speedy enough to do meaningful things with the cash in that short time scale. So this report shows the areas where we've invested and how they apply to the DEFRA priorities for that cash. In retrospect, I should have put some pretty pictures in because everybody else seems to. I'm afraid I didn't, just two numbers. So if anybody's got any questions, I'd be happy to answer. The more eagle eye of you might note that this looks slightly different to the report that was in the NPA. This is because the staff costs in the NPA report were allocated to the individual projects, and in this case we've kept them separate. So that 196k in the other report was disaggregated over the projects. So if you did notice it, 10 out of 10. I think that's all I've got to add. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thank you in particular. I know you put an enormous amount of work on this, alongside Laura, who was working with you at the time. So I know many other colleagues were involved, and particularly in setting up the projects and delivering them. But that framework has just been so important for our learning, and particularly understanding how we can apply the proper rules for use of capital as well. So that's been a big learning curve, I think, for everybody. But thanks to you and to Craig as well for that work. Any questions on this one, colleagues? Yes. Stephen? Vanessa?
Well, it's not so much a question, but it's more some further praise. It's to do with the table at 3.4. And this might sound mightily trivial, but if I explain that people I know never lose the opportunity to tell me when they pass a South Downs boundary sign about a missing letter O or a T or something like that. And at the end of the day, it is the sort of shop window almost. I mean, that's probably the wrong phrase, but you know what I mean. It's the entry point to the park, and it never looks good if they're not in tip-top order. So I was just pleased to see 22,000 odd spent on those boundary signs to make sure people stop moaning to me about them, and that we're giving a good first impression when you enter the park.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Sean?
There are also some brand new ones you'll notice. If anybody complains that they're not rusty enough yet, they will age.
Just to follow up, and it's maybe misplaced, but lightening the tone, I did a case yesterday in Tandridge in Oxted, and it says Tandridge Swimming Pool, big letters, but the L is missing. And it's just an illustration of a bad look that we don't want.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that, Stephen. Vanessa, follow that.
Well, it's interesting that you highlighted the signage because I don't know if members who've been here a bit longer, there was a lot of resistance in the old membership to those signs and why we were spending that money and why did they have to be so gorgeous and cool and amazing and why couldn't we just stick some random... And it's exactly what you said, Stephen. It's like those first impressions and it's us being confident and showing what we are. So that's really, really important to remember that. So thank you. But I just wanted to highlight again how amazing job Vicky, Laura and Alison to get that money out and spent and be on everybody's backs and looking after every penny. That was such hard work. Just amazing. Really, really, really amazing. So well done.
Sean.
Just one more thing on signage. If you've, as I did, crossed the boundary between at the weekend between the South Downs and Surrey Hills, you will notice you'll notice the compliment that they have paid us in their own now new boundary signs. Very, very similar. I just wanted to say, this is a table. And it's just numbers and things next to it. But the other day I visited the Turtle Doves site. It's a relatively small amount of money, but it was just amazing to see the result of that as a project. But I also know the sort of backflips and gymnastics that went on to make that happen within a year, particularly within a year where there was bird flu, which put constraints on movements of birds. So again, congratulations to everyone who made all of this happen in a year. And to make good things happen, not just random projects. It was really good, so thank you.
Yeah, and really positive to see projects that actually hit all three of the DEFRA targets in one go, which is really quite powerful. So that's great. Stephen.
You made me think there, do we have to report this level of detail back to DEFRA, each of the projects and so on, or is it just general?
Vicky, do you want to?
Do you know, we haven't been asked in this level of detail, but I'm expecting that to be applied through audit. They're going to look at how we've spent the money and making sure that it's applicable to the grant conditions. So I'd imagine them to look at it on DEFRA's behalf. We have had conferences for the various national parks about how we're doing it and what progress we had made. Incidentally, I could add as well the fact that this is going to be coming our way for the subsequent financial years as well means that we can actually plan things a bit better. And we've already got a short list of projects for the forthcoming financial year. So that's developing, and it means we can also lot things a bit. So we could do half of it in 1 year and another half of it in the next year, and potentially get around the timescale problems with it.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. I think that 3-year guarantee is really important, isn't it, for continuity of projects as well. Alison.
just picking up on your point, Stephen, we did present some of this, not quite in full because it wasn't the end of the financial year, but when we sat down with DEFRA for the annual review, we were able to show them the spread of projects, the fact that we expected to spend in full, and to illustrate some of the outcomes that they were delivering. So they've had some feedback, but I expect we'll be asked for more in due course.
I just think there's some really good news stories in here that we ought to be sharing with them.
Definitely. Right, thank you, colleagues, and just again a big thank you again to everyone that's been involved in this massive effort. You know, lots of work, short time scale, lots of evidence required to make sure that we could back up anything that DEFRA happened to ask us for. And also many of them building on projects that we all know, love and recognise. You can see exactly how they have slotted in and enhanced things that were already happening. So some really good creative work. Could I ask colleagues for your support for the recommendation, please? Thank you very much. That's everyone. Wonderful. Thank you. Moving on then, item 16, Seven Sisters Country Park Performance Report, Q4, so for the end of the year. Welcome to Claire, all the way over from the Far East. Yeah.
So thank you. This is your quarterly report for Q4 of 25-26. It now seems a very, very long time ago because we've had a whole 4 months of this year. But this, as we've heard, is the last report reporting on last year's operating plan. And overall, it was generally a positive year. Some of the highlights included we've made progress with the visitor management plan, working with partners. We've made progress with East Sussex in terms of some highway management out on the road, which impacts the communities. We've done some cottage refurbishment works. We've launched our new visitor experience volunteers. And we've ended the year with a small surplus. We've also had to deal with things like environmental disasters. Everybody remember the containers that washed up on the shore we've had to deal with. And then we've had to deal with the day-to-day business, which includes lots of visitors and managing a landscape. So the report is in detail here. I'm sure you've all got bits you would like to raise. So I'm going to leave it there and then take questions on the detail that you'd like to know more of.
Thank you very much, Claire. And well done for delivering a small surplus, which is excellent. It was, I mean, you know, it's something that I know many members thought that was going to happen in year one. Of course it was. Obviously, it would take some time. But actually, I think you've done really well in the timescale that we've had to get to this point from an absolute zero base. So well done. Any questions for Claire or any comments? Robson, Vanessa, Stephen.
Hi. You always laugh whenever I go to speak. You're always like, what, are you going to lumber on me now? No, it's good, it's good. Just wanted to start off before my questions, just saying, as Melanie said, congratulations on the kind of financial stability. I think it, especially there's been some unexpected costs and stuff, and the fact that it's kind of got to a point where it's resilient through those, I think is a really positive sign for the future. I wanted to also say the new comm style that you guys have been doing, I feel like has just been phenomenal and really gets the message across well. And I've heard kind of good feedback from people. I've mentioned this to Ruth at the NPA. It's been really well received by people that perhaps, you know, maybe had differing views of what the park was for. So that's really great. I had a question about 6.6 on the film office bookings. Where you say it's been quieter alongside consideration permissions being more robust to ensure suitability for landscape and external messages. It would be great to get some clarity on how that is being done. I'm presuming it's just if it gives the wrong impression and adds more hype in, it's not on. If it's responsible, yeah, just get that. And the other thing was whether you have considered in 3.11, it's really kind of maybe it's just because I'm an ecologist, but the fact you've got like more curlew and the hummingbird hawk moth, anyone who doesn't know, great moth, do look it up, it's really nice. And I just wondered if you'd thought about how you could potentially harness this in terms of getting the message out that it is a space for nature, in terms of, obviously some of that can be quite intensive on staff time, but whether you'd considered things like kind of providing opportunities for like people who want to kind of get into environmental filmmaking and stuff, whether you considered kind of running it as a way to kind of, as part of your kind of youth action and skills building sessions, whether you've thought about kind of diversifying some of those into that kind of, you know, and then that's generating something for the site to use in kind of promoting that more responsible access. But yeah, really good stuff in there.
Thanks.
So to come back on the filming thing, as a really good example, there was a brand that wanted to do a photo shoot of camping on the cliffs. And we said no, because that's not the image that we want. But we did try to work with them. We have a camping field, so we actually worked with them and gave them a slightly different view away from the cliffs. Because what we don't want to do is give any brand the right to put something like that on the cliff where we really don't want that kind of activity to happen. We also are things where there's sort of films around depression and impacts of that on the cliffs. We don't allow that to happen. And I've actually just got one in my inbox that would like to paint a big thing on the cliffs, and no, that's not happening either. So it's that kind of management of just making sure that it's appropriate for what we're trying to do. And in terms of the other comment that you made, work in progress is my answer. So you'll have heard, I think, at NPA on Tuesday, that we are doing some work on the website with comms, and that will form the start of us changing that real message around where we're going. So very much nature first, people, and getting involved. So once we've got some of our structure in place that kind of really helps promote that message, then we can look at how that underpins underneath it. And some of those things we won't have the skills in-house to deliver, and it will be calling and working on with colleagues or partner organisations to deliver that in a certain way. We dabble at the moment. I think dabbling would be the fair explanation in terms of maybe specific events or that are paid for, that might be aimed at adult audiences looking to learn, or working with some of the partner organisations for other things. I think dabbling is a good expression, but it's definitely something we need to build on. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Thank you. Vanessa.
Thank you, Claire. I just wanted few things. One, I wanted to say how much I really loved this report, like the layout of it and the table in 6.4, and then having the appendix, just really clear. I could read it really well, thank you. I wanted, did our Seven Sisters Members' Day, was this in this quarter, or was that the quarter before? I don't know.
Before.
It was a great day.
It was.
Thank you so much. It was a really great day. We learnt a lot, and we felt like we were part of the team and collaborated. So thank you so much for hosting us then. Just adding on to Robson's thing about filmmaking and young filmmakers, because obviously that area, you know, creates a lot of revenue for us when there's big film projects, but there are lots of young filmmakers in the area, and it's like, can they, you know, if they wanted to come and make a film, do they get in touch with you direct? Is that something that you do? And then lastly, just want to highlight as well, what is it? It's 2.2, and the Sussex Heritage Code landowners group meeting, and to really thank both Tim and yourself for getting that together, because that really is about the future of this whole coastline, how we're going to manage these visitors. I mean, we were with people yesterday, weren't we, Sean, who were just like, get more visitors here. We're thinking about managing these things. So it's interesting that, you know, this is how lots of the businesses are thinking as well, and they're using all that imagery that we're trying not to use. People are using it. And so this visitor management thing is absolutely essential for going forward. So thank you both for getting that off the ground. And if you wanted to say anything more about that, thanks.
So on young filmmakers, absolutely. So we deal with everything via the Sussex Film Office. We pass everything over to them. They will do all the checks and balances, risk assessments and all of that. And we have student fees for young people that want to do that. So it works in the same way. We've had everything from amateur dramatic organisations wanting to do a promo video to students and then big companies. So it all goes through the Sussex Film Office so that we've got that consistent approach. And in terms of the visitor management plan, yes, one of the we're working, and we've got more work to do. It's not going to be a quick process, but one of the things that's becoming incredibly clear is most of the landowners in the public environment would like to manage, not necessarily attract more visitors, but manage what we have. Private industry has a very different view, and managing that balance is a really, really interesting thing going forward, and we'll find a way.
Tim.
Just very quickly, and I don't often do this, but thank you too, because we've got a wider membership than we might have had. And it's great because it's not just the landowners, but it's also key players in the area who've got something to contribute. So it's really helped having their perspective, which isn't necessarily just the Sussex Heritage Coast. That's the first point. And the second is that the warmth in the room, even though there's very different views on what the outcome might be, and we're all very keen to ensure that we don't jump to the outcome, but what we want the place to look like and feel like. What's the collective view on that first? But the warmth in the room is growing, and that's actually beginning to pay financial dividends, and I think that is the real strength when people begin to put money where their collective mouth is, and we're really just trying to facilitate and lead and ensure we get the right folk on board that can really understand the place and work at all levels, because there's small communities that have strong views, there's landowners that have views, and then there's statutory bodies that have views. And health warning, I guess, we know we've got to act as quickly as possible, but the last meeting, everyone said, can we just really search our own brains and make sure we all have really done as much as we can before we just go out with a woolly sort of commission? We need a tight commission. The flip side is we're meeting, I think it's week after next, because there's a desire to get on with it, which is brilliant.
Yeah, and as Claire reminded us, managing all of that alongside a new super national nature reserve, which of course is, really critical. We know the King's very interested in it. Stephen.
Great report, Claire, as always, and I love the level of detail as well, so it's very clear. I've got a question on section 5.14. I saw the phrase twit updates. I did ask my wife what one of those is. She said it's one of the things that you need, which I thought was a bit harsh. But anyway, what is a twit update? And second question, before you answer that one, second question, the under-budgeted utilities for last year, did you use last year's budget to produce this year's budget? In other words, has that under-budgeted been carried over to this year, or were you able to use actuals?
We did do quite a thorough investigation into the costs prior to the budget setting exercise for 26/7, so I'm more confident that we have the right figures for this year.
And as for some of the detail in 514, spot the paragraph comms provided. So we've had to do some behind-the-scenes work because there were various things on our website that weren't secure or weren't doing what they should have been doing. That's all part of that. I can come back to you with the detail, but I didn't write that line. Yeah, I think it is to kind of make it that it works for everybody. Is the
Yvonne and then Vanessa.
Thank you, Claire. Could I ask a little bit more about the environmental disaster on the coast? There have been concerns with other authorities that they perhaps haven't recovered as much as they felt they should have done in terms of costs from the insurance companies, and I just wondered whether there was a financial implication for this authority, whether it cost us anything. Oh, sorry. No, only staff time. So because the beach is actually owned by Wealdon District Council, they've picked up the cost and the claims back for that. Us for staff time, because obviously we're not going to stand there on the periphery going, well, that's your rubbish, we're not going to pick it up. So we dedicated some time, both in officer and volunteers, to do that. But the financial impact has gone to Wealdon because it's their beach and it's their a coordination with the insurers and the other partners along the coast to recover it.
Okay, thank you. Vanessa?
It was only to add that I think in this time frame was when you mentioned the Super NNR, but there was the launch of it and you had to deal with that as well, didn't you? Or kind of help coordinate part of that. Yeah, so I just wanted to say well done to all the team.
I just summarised that in 3:10 and it happened and the King came. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah. Robson?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. I'm going to mention one of your favourite topics now. So it wasn't mentioned, and if there's not an update, it's fine, but I just wondered if there was any updates on kind of visitor behaviour in terms of river crossings and cliffs, if there was any. I could already see you tense up as I said that. But just if there was any kind of update in terms of, I know it's an ongoing issue, but whether there was anything to note or if that's kind of waiting for the more peak months to kind of kick in.
Peak month started about 2 months ago. We're there. So it's still happening, and short of having a policed presence there, I'm not going to be able to stop it happening. If you're on TikTok and you've looked at any of the videos recently, it's now the thing you do. You know, it's the cool thing. But we are noticing a few more messages around, you don't have to, and why did you do that? And that kind of that self-policing, which kind of with that channel and the users of that channel is kind of how it has to be. We are working with Berlin Gap and the RNLI to look at potentially a weekend of RNLI staffed activity to kind of work with that. They're definitely doing something larger at Berlin Gap because that's slightly easier, but we're just trying to see what we can do down at the beach because it's slightly different. And yeah, the cliffs are there. I mean, I don't... Well, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of natural selection going on, and we try the best way we can to kind of go, this is really not something you should be doing, but, you know, if you've seen somebody else do it, that's what you do, and sadly, that's nothing that we can really easily influence. You can put all the signs up as you like. I'm regularly quoted, just because you put a sign up doesn't mean I'm going to read it. And that's kind of where we are. Sadly, and I hope we're not ever in this position, it will be a tragedy that really captures the imagination, but hopefully we won't get there. With any luck, we'll have a cliff fall and that will help.
Thank you. Sorry, Tim and Alison.
I just wanted, just picking up that theme and something, I think it might have been you, Robson, or somebody said earlier, we are noticing a slight improvement, we think, given the change in our messaging, which is much less about you shouldn't do this and much more about these are safety issues here and please help yourself to look at them and consider them, because as others have said, you're not going to stop it. So we're working hard, and I know you are with comms and others and other organisations, so there's a collective message across that it's almost a bit of self-responsibility and awareness.
So I just wanted to add that we are working in partnership in the broader coast, and we have allocated £10,000 from this year's DEFRA capital to go towards a drone that the Beachy Head Chaplaincy are purchasing. And the whole point of that is to give time for interventions for their work and hopefully prevent those sorts of tragedies occurring. So we are working outside of our boundaries in partnership to address those issues as well.
Thank you very much. Any other? Stephen?
I've got a question here from Arthur Sloman, who can't be here today. This is about 5.1. Has a visitor centre considered investing in an automated counter rather than the staff counted manually? Because I guess you can get analytics then as well. Will help.
It's on my radar. It's not a priority in terms of everything else we've been dealing with. The visitor centre will be due a refresh in the sort of not too distant future. Some of the displays are looking a bit tired and the desk does not work for us. So I think it will be as part of that, because the complication is 2 doors, how they count, because dog legs can also be counted, and we've got a crow trapped in there today, so I don't know where that does with the people counter. Glad I'm here. So it is about making sure that we get the right system for those 2-door entry, and then where our power and I suspect our cat cabling goes. So it's not a quick fix, but it's on the radar as when we look at wider improvements that might be needed in the future.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Lara.
Just a quick question about the volunteering. So it says we've got a new team of volunteers, and that that will significantly increase the number of hours they're able to do across 26, 27. Is that then everything that you might want, or in an ideal world, would you want even more volunteers?
I think we're building into it. So it was a new thing for us. It literally started about 2 weeks before the end of this quarter report, and we're embedding it at the moment, and just seeing the added value they are providing and how we could grow that. So at the moment, we're focused on litter picking volunteers and visitor experience volunteers. So 2 sort of separate groups, really, doing the visitor welcome, helping us sort of keep people out, not keep out the visitor, but kind of hit them early when they want to and where can they go. And then the litter pickers, who are just amazing. They turn up at all hours, all days rather, I should say. And then they just keep on top of the increasing levels of visitor litter we're seeing. We also have one person at the moment who's helping us with site presentation. Sounds really silly, but just weeding and keeping on top of that kind of presentation stuff. And at the moment, that's what we can manage because we're assessing how it goes. Going forward, there will be new opportunities, but we're not quite at that point of kind of going, what do we need and how do we manage that? Because more visitors, more volunteers will require more management of that. And we just need to make sure that we're giving a valid experience, but also able to give them an appreciative experience as well. But it's gone really, really well, and I'm very excited.
Thank you. Jerry?
Thank you, Chair. Sort of a bit of a two-parter, I suppose. The numbers you're getting now, and you're not going back to that particular quarter, but over the summer and last summer, I recall you saying that they're becoming unmanageable or getting towards that point, at least in part because of the attractiveness of that coastal walk. Now, I know that there are a couple of potential irons in the fire for point attractions that we can create at the western end of the park. But if part of the attraction to Seven Sisters is the walk and the sort of active part of that, are we looking at similar walks at the western end of the park that could try and draw some of that traffic? I'm thinking particularly that the western end of the park is closer time-wise to London quite significantly than Seaford or Eastbourne is. And it shouldn't be that difficult to create something that could rival the Seven Sisters walk at the western end, I would have thought. Not that I'm expecting an instant answer or any of that, but I just put it out there. Sorry, that's all right. The first question is the numbers. Am I right in thinking that?
I think in terms of visitor numbers, they're concentrated, and that's the issue, really. Weekends aren't much fun. We're very heavy footfall. Lots of the sites are, Seaford, us, Eastbourne, Beachy Head, we're full. It's not a particularly pleasant experience to try and get people parked and moved away. But actually, once they're in the countryside, they're spreading around a bit. But the impact of that is the erosion on the footpaths, the impact on nature, litter, and some of the other behaviours that we're seeing. So it's about how we manage that, and that's what the visitor management plan is going to be for, and to try and kind of manage that in some way. One hopes that the hike will die down its popularity at some point and they'll find something new to do. But the cliffs, unfortunately, are always going to be that iconic image that they see. If we owned the image right and I had £1 for every time it appeared on something, my surplus would be fine. We would be round. It'd be great. In terms of work on the western side, I'm just going to pause that and look at anybody else in the room that might be able to help. So my remit is very small and fits just Seven Sisters. However, I do know that comms have been looking at some of their messaging on their channels to kind of go, what about this? How do we do that? We've got the cliffs. That's what makes us the bit at the moment. But I know there is some wider work, but I'm not involved with it.
Anyone want to say anything?
I'm only tempted to start because I live in the West and we have a train station very close to where I live, so there are similarities. And Claire said it really. One is it's the wow factor, the TikTok factor. There is incredible work that's been done by this organisation in partnership to create the Serpent's Trail, which is wonderful, but perhaps if you're a connoisseur you'll get lots out of it, but just on the surface it's not going to attract. Secondly, there's a lot of work being done, I know, by the town council and others to try and promote it as a gateway, and lots of things to do. Thirdly, and I know the other parts of the organisation have worked with this, that the Muslim hikers came and said, we'd really like to repeat what we did at Seven Sisters. And actually, it was carried out at QE Country Park. And they said, wow, we didn't know this existed. So I think there's some further dialogue taking place with lots of groups to say, don't automatically assume if you're looking for an excitement that it has to be there. And the feedback from that group was really positive around the experience they had at QE.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sean, did you want to add to that?
I think it's right to try and draw attention to other parts of the park that are fantastic, but I don't think that's going to be the solution to the pressure that we're going to feel. It's always going to be there, and I don't think it's going to die down because it's just, it's stunning, and the access and the views and, the whole experience, and it's sort of multifaceted, and it works as a sort of circular walk. I think we can do some more work around there, particularly inland a little bit, and we've got Black Robin Farm that's developed. We've got, I think there's something around the downlands and the walks that we can do around there, and we can work on that to take a bit of the pressure off give some options a little bit. But I think the key element is the work that Claire's leading, bringing people together in terms of that visitor management and getting that behaviour and that comms around how people actually engage, because I don't think we're going to stop the numbers coming. And in a way, that's also fantastic and amazing. But it needs management rather than distraction. But yeah, everything we can do to sort of try and draw attention to other things, I think, is also really important. But I don't think it's the solution.
Okay, right. Thank you all for all those questions, colleagues, and thanks, Claire, very much for all the work there as well. And Sean.
It was in my chief exec report, but I just wanted to highlight here as well the Visit England report that you had. A great headline figure, but particularly on the section under staff, which had, I think, 5 or 6 sections, and it's scored out of 5, and we got 5 out of 5 on every single one of them. It was 100%, and I think that is absolutely amazing. So well done.
Yeah, well done. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claire. And I'd take us to the recommendation, colleagues. Can I ask you just to please vote on the recommendation? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thanks, Claire, for coming over. Yeah, that's fine. You saw my notes, didn't you? Visit England assessment. Yeah, that's right. No. Right, item 17, and it's our corporate risk register, which we've all seen and had a chance to talk about informally. But Richard, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So, members, you excuse me, got the report and the risk register before you. I don't propose to go through it in detail. Appendix 1, as usual, is the explanatory information about the register. Appendix 2 is the main corporate risk register itself, and Appendix 3 are the exempt risks, which, if you want to discuss those, then we would recommend you consider going into private session for discussion on those. As I mentioned in the report, just to highlight, there's one significant update, which is to risk 2.1, which is about reducing risk on the authority's finance and budget, following the approval of the budget this year. And further one to note at risk 7.2 about the capital programme last year and the learnings from that being incorporated into this year's delivery and subsequent years as well. And there are a number of other updates throughout the register too, but I'm happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Richard, as ever. And I know this involves a lot of work from colleagues right across the organisation, and Richard pulls it all together into this top-level register for us. Vanessa.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight, sorry, I've got to go backwards and forwards. I think it's 2.1. Yeah, just how amazing that is to kind of bring that risk down, and all the work that everyone's done to bring in the money and the headroom just makes such a massive difference. It's just incredible. So amazing. And also that sort of kind of dovetails into 2.2 and the income. But then my worry that is keeping me up at night, as well as the bat that was in my room last night and the heat, is 8.1, devolution. And I see, and James, you've got it high up there as well. But I mean, you know, there's the devolution bit I think we're doing really well on. It's the local government reorganisation that I'm really worried about. And Richard and I have been talking about this in terms of big potential changes to our membership and our board, and what that might do to our culture and the way of working, which is why I really wanted to reinforce and talk to everybody about that on Tuesday. It's really, really important that we keep that going, because that really sets us apart. We're not like a local council or anything. We're doing different stuff and we work differently. But if you suddenly got a block of people come in, the dynamics can change overnight. And Richard, when was it? Was it 2019 when I first turned up? Over half the board changed in one overnight. These things can happen. So it's kind of like, how do we keep reinforcing that culture, members and officers working together, so that we're really strong, those of us that are still here when new members come in, that we hold on to that culture and bring everybody else along with us. So it's kind of like, it's a joint thing as well, how we do that. But then all this sort of work we've really got to get into, get DEFRA understanding this changes in board thing, and perhaps there's little bits of windows of opportunity that we could do with the kind of secondary legislation around in the Devo Act of something about the numbers of members that are being sent to us from these new unitaries. So there's something that we need to kind of get to work with, because that is a worry for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Vanessa. That's really interesting. And it does make me wonder that, in fact, parishes are likely to become more significant in unitary authorities than they are at the moment. And therefore, I wondered whether one of the things we should be discussing as boards is the proportion of parish representatives versus the statutory local authority representatives, if the number of local authorities is reducing. Do you see what I mean?
I think, the thing with parish members as well, and it's something that Richard and I are talking about as well, is how do we, and this is across all the members really, how do we think about succession planning? How do we bring the next set of leaders through? How do we start talking to parishes and people out there about what these roles actually entail, and try and really kind of attract some good people out there, because we've got several members, parish members, who they've been here for a long time and just raising a risk that they will be leaving, and they might, that's a big change coming through. And parish members, I've got me and Stephen here, we do a lot of the work because we've got a bit more of the time and we know the local area and things like that. So, they are. So I think there's a bit of work for us to do to attract the next set of and to really kind of, how do we then support that process with some hustings and meetings? How do we get this best practice on how we get these good people in? So,
Yeah, thank you. Would you like to say something on that, James?
Thanks, Vanessa. I think all really important points, and sticking on that local government reorganisation issue, I mean, I'll let Richard come in after me, but we have been talking about a potential paper that looks to address this, because there are obviously hard and soft things that you could do. In respect of kind of hard legislation, obviously there's this response to the Glover review that's taken some time, and DEFRA have been involving us in discussions around that, but I think we're not 100% confident that any legislation will come forward. If it did, that might be a place where we could look to address some of this. Assuming it doesn't, I think what we want to do is look at the sort of soft powers, what we could be doing to try and retain the culture you speak of. So, for example, if we're getting a number of representatives from unitaries, could we be asking them to come from different geographies so we make sure we've still got that spatial spread? I mean, that's just one example. There'll be a whole range, and I think that would be really good to get, obviously, members' input into it, because coming from parishes, Secretary of State, councils, you'll have really good insights on how we could deliver that. So we were thinking about that later this year. I'll stop there.
No, I just wanted to say, as someone who has been working for the past sort of 5 years on really trying to bring in the best members I can with all the influence that I can, and working with Richard, I would really appreciate being involved in those conversations.
Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa. Jerry?
Firstly, just to go back to 2.1, I think it would be difficult to overstate the impressiveness of that outcome at 2.1, and I'll say it in his absence, there's clear leadership behind that outcome, and I think that is widely recognised by all of us. On the reorganisation risk, I I think there is a real opportunity here for the park authority to get closer to parishes. I'm not sure how it does it. It might not necessarily be through more reps on the board, I don't know. But I think some years ago, the word was put out to parishes that the aspiration would be that they look upon themselves as being part of the South Downs rather than being part of a Tier 2 authority or a county or whatever. And I think now is the time to really try and capitalise on that. Because if you leave it a couple of years, it'll be too late. Certainly the Mid-Hampshire unitary is going to be in real interesting times because it'll be dealing with 2 national parks, both of which it will encompass, or it'll encompass the whole of the New Forest and a large chunk of this one. I don't think it's started to get its head around how it's going to do that. And I'm sure there will be similar issues in Sussex as well. But that would be my hunch, get closer to the parishes now, through a variety of means. I don't know how precisely, but I think it's worth some thought.
Yeah. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Anyone else, any questions? Yes, Robson.
Just adding on to the points about kind of local government reorganisation, it would be good to get some, obviously we don't know everything yet, but some clarity on what our membership looks like after that. The reason I say that is because obviously we currently get 1 member from each council. In this new scenario, do we have multiple from each council to stay at the same board members? Do we have less and 1 from each? The reason I say that is because if you reduce the number of members, which has pros and cons in itself, but let's say we have 1 from each new unitary and that reduces the number, the workload on existing members, particularly our Secretary of State and parish members that will probably be some of the very few ones to still be here at that point because there'll be this turnover, I think the impact that could have on members' capacity and stuff would be quite big. So I do think there needs to be, and I don't know, maybe you don't know the answer to that, but I think it's worth exploring. And also if we do go, like I'm not saying we should have multiple from each unitary, but if we did go down that route to keep the same level of membership, how are we ensuring that those appointments, do we just, making sure that those are 2 quality appointments and it's not just, oh, whichever party, say, gets the Sussex one just goes, we want people from our party specifically. Do you know what I mean? Because then you can get quite skewed kind of memberships. And so, yeah, I think just some clarity on whether now or after it's looked into, I think would be really beneficial, just because it's not that far away anymore.
Yes, yeah. Would you like to say something about that? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Robson. It is a really important point, and going back to Vanessa's point as well, this is our time to be able to influence that if we want to, because if things just stay as they are, if legislation just stays as it is, then we don't get any say in who comes to us. It's down to essentially the chair to try and have influence and discussions with the leaders to try and encourage them to send us somebody with certain skills or from a certain area within the park perhaps. But if we want to change that, now's the time. Then we're sort of very alive to the possibility of other acts enabling us to drop bits of legislation in, perhaps, which help support skills for members or a stronger way that we can influence it. And we've had the CMP governance report. We've had, there's one from DEFRA as well, which they commissioned the University of Gloucester to do as well, which both come up with a number of different recommendations which touch on these different areas and how our membership might change. How do we want it to change? So you'll notice in the annual governance statement there's an action for this coming year, which is particularly over the second half of 2026, looking at this point. James referred to it around governance. What do we think our board should look like? What kind of influence do we think we should be able to have? Where do we want to try and influence on that to try and get something done? Because now's the time, as you say, once LGR's done and dusted, then that door's pretty much closed. So yeah, it's a very key time for if we want something to change, and if there's an appetite for it to change, we might be able to get it to change. So yeah, we're very alive to that, and there'll be work going on this year with officers and members as well to look at that.
Yeah, I think just, obviously there are opportunities to change it in total, but I think it's also good for us to know if, we can't guarantee we can get those changes, from legislation. I think it's just good to know if nothing changed, do we still have the same number of members from, multiple from each authority? I think that as a baseline to work from is just a good, because I think that changes the conversation about what we want to change, if that makes sense. I think knowing the baseline first, just because if we're expecting that drop in numbers anyway, that probably influences what changes we want. But also, if we're saying same number, I think then that influence in who we get becomes more relevant, because, if we're looking at it as what, East Sussex and then a bigger Brighton, for example, in that kind of part of the park, that's quite a lot of different places we have people from. Just suddenly, that could really change what we get, so.
I was just going to mention one thing we'll be doing is looking at some of the other parks who have been through this process before, who have been through sort of unitarisation in their areas, and how that impacted their membership from going from maybe 3 or 4 councils into one. What happened there? What did they try and do? Were they successful? And did it mean that the 4 members they got before, they still got 4 members, but just from the one council, for example, or did it just go down to 1 member from the unitary? So yeah, that's something we'll be looking at as well.
I think dynamics-wise, if you have multiple from one place, that's very different. I think part of why our setup works really well is everyone is one person from each. There's none of this kind of, not to talk ill of other parks, but when I've spoken to members from other parks, when you have multiple people from one authority, it does become a bit of, not cliquey, but, it does become a bit like, you do sort of get these not very nice ways of things playing out. So I just think it's good to get on top of that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I understand exactly what you're saying, Robson. Thank you. Thank you. Important point. Any other questions? I've just got a couple of things for Alison, actually. One is on health and safety, and just to congratulate you on your message in the staff update. I've worked with health and safety for quite a long time, and I just think the way you crafted the message about taking care of each other was really important, and it was so well done. So thank you for that, because it's always on the risk register. It's something that we all know is important, but we actually tend to kind of just take it for granted. And we rely on one very good health and safety officer to keep us all in place. But I just think it's so important that leaders are giving the sort of messages that you were. So thank you very much for that. It was great. My second thing for you is on risk 7.1 on the partnership working. And I just wondered, can you just update us on the latest thinking around the delivery group, ways of working with partners to deliver the PMP?
So this is moving slightly slower than anticipated at this stage. We obviously had the Partnership Management Plan launch in May, and the engagement from partners was fantastic. We got an awful lot of information from them, and we're very nearly ready to go back out to them with the maps and the project list that demonstrate what they're already delivering and what they're aiming to deliver over the course of the Partnership Management Plan period. Our follow-up after the Partnership Management Plan included a survey that invited them to register their interest in being part of various delivery groups. We had disappointingly few responses to that, given the enthusiasm that was that was voiced on the day. So when we go back out with that information, we do just want to ask again and make sure that we have a full list. But we're also working internally on our working groups. We've set up a 4th one. So we already have nature recovery, climate change, and National Park for All. Going forward, we will have a 4th working group, which is about Thriving Greener Place. And we're asking all of those working groups to map out the external groups that they are currently working with, because there's a real question over to what extent do we need delivery groups externally versus to what extent can we have that dialogue with partners as part of existing meetings. And part of that depends on what sort of reporting information we need from partners. And actually, that discussion is still ongoing, and we're aiming very much to monitor the partnership management plan using national data sets wherever possible to monitor that progress. And so where we need the detail to illustrate that and fill in the gaps becomes really quite critical. And we haven't quite nailed that yet. And I think that's fundamental to understanding how we interact with partners in delivery groups. So we've slowed it down slightly to make sure that when we have that conversation with them, we have it once and we have it really clearly in terms of what the ask is and what we would want from them in engaging with us. So it's underway, but we're some way off completing that conversation.
No, thank you, Alison, and thanks for being so frank about it, because it's a massive challenge when everyone out there is working as hard as you are in here. And people just don't feel they have the time for it. So I think building as much into business as usual makes real sense, and existing relationships and fora. So, I mean, just let us know if there's anything we can do to support and assist, because we're really keen to. Thank you. Any other questions? Vanessa's looking like she might have one, or a comment.
I was just going to give a little feedback on the partnership management plan. When I was chatting with lovely National Trust colleagues the other day, and they were saying how over in the southeast that they are clustering their land and making a management plan, and everything comes from our partnership management plan, all the kind of works and everything like that, because they see it as such a strategic document, and it gives them cover and all this sort of stuff. And I just thought that's the sort of thing that we want to see, and then they just crack on with their stuff. So there's some big, those big delivery partners really get it and are using it. So, they've obviously got the capacity to sort of do that, but that's really positive, I found.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. Thanks. Yes, Sean.
I mean, remember we went to visit in the Peak District the Moors for the Future, and the guy said partnership working doesn't work unless you make it work. So one of the things that I'm keen that we look at investing in is, or at least looking into, is what capacity do we need here to help those partners able to engage who don't feel they have the capacity to do it on their own, because I think that's going to be a key part of how we grow our impact. So it's definitely quite high up on my list of priorities in terms of not letting that lack of capacity get in the way of us being able to make that partnership work.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful to hear. And obviously alongside that is support and training for people for the right skills to make partnership working work. Excellent. Okay, thank you very much for that. Can I ask us to move to the recommendation then, please, and show of hands? Thank you very much indeed. Item 18, annual governance statement. Richard, you've saved the best till last. You'll recall, actually, that Richard gave us a session on how the AGS has changed for this year, and I'd just like to congratulate Richard on a really good, clear, briefer document. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, hopefully a little bit briefer than previous ones. But no, I'm very pleased to present both the annual governance statement and the local code of governance for your approval. These are documents that all local authorities, including national park authorities, are required to produce. Just very briefly, in the local code, we set out what our commitment is to good governance. We talk about what our governance arrangements are, and particularly how we meet the 7 core principles of good governance as required by SIPFA. And we also talk about how we undertake an annual review of that governance. And then the annual governance statement itself, it summarises our activities across the year, considers how we've met what we said we would do within the local code, and then it includes the results of that annual review of governance, as well as any particular areas of work for the forthcoming year. Now, as the Chair mentioned, for those of you who will have seen these in previous years, both documents are different, both in format and content, and this is from SIPFA last year. They issued some additional guidance to local authorities on these documents about the annual review of governance to ensure that it was clear, it was rigorous in order to support governance arrangements that were fit for purpose, because you may all be aware over recent years there have been some quite high profile governance and financial failings at councils across the country, and this was partly in response to that as well. So I don't propose to go through the two documents in detail. Hopefully you'll see, particularly the annual governance statement, it reflects that it's been a very busy year. A huge amount of activity has gone on. The contents page is set out for you, the key areas that it covers. I would just highlight section 4 of the annual governance statement, because this covers the actions that we undertook over this year and our proposed areas of work for the coming year as well. There's 6 actions there, and some of those cover things you mentioned during the discussion in committee today, such as the internal audit actions and also the use of artificial intelligence as well. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Richard. Does anyone, Vanessa?
Yeah, is this a new layout, Richard?
Yeah.
It's very nice. I think it's great. Thank you. It's a really, really lovely pleasure to read it. But I mean, there's just masses of things to just say how brilliant you guys are. And one of the ways I can sort of sum this up is you touched on these governance reviews that are happening at the moment. CMP sort of were first out of the blocks, and then the DEFRA one, and then there's the Office of Environmental Protection, which is still ongoing. But one of the things that, because I see it from all the parks, is the discrepancy in terms of member support and governance across the different parks. And these guys are the best. I mean, you are really fantastic. The way you support us and all the kind of learning we have, and everything is just exemplary. And I just want to thank you and the team, and you are personally such a support to me for lots of things. So thank you so much. All great to see. I'm probably come back with something else.
Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa. Anything else? I've just got one minor suggestion on Appendix 2, the Code of Governance. In the left-hand column where we talk about committee oversight and scrutiny, I just want to big up P&R. And I'd just like, if possible, could you make sure that when we talk about committee, where it's a committee that has oversight of something, could you name it either planning or AMS or P&R? Mm-hmm. Most of the times it's there, but there are a few where it's not. And I just think it would be really good to make it quite clear so that it ties clearly in with the terms of reference. But that's a really minor point. But that was the only thing I could find to suggest. Any other comments or questions? No?
Yep, Robson.
Oh, Robson, yes.
I just wanted to say I really appreciated in the governance improvement section, I really appreciated Action 6 about developing an AI policy for the authority. As someone that every time it comes up, I sort of unintentionally try and scare people about it because I have my concerns. So I really appreciate that it's kind of on the radar because, yeah, just lots of ethical and social and environmental considerations. But yeah, other than that, it looks really good.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I know exactly what you're saying, Robson, without you having to say it. Yeah, okay. So, if no one has anything else to add, Sean, did you want to add something?
Always.
I think I might as well ask you.
Obviously, when you talk about governance, you know, you often think about the committees and members and so on, but actually, the huge bit is just helping people like me navigate through all the rules and point out, I'm going to sort of use a sailing analogy here, point out where the rocks are and where the shallow water is and, you know, and so on. I never really have to worry because I know that the governance team have got it covered and they've got my back. And if I've got a question, they'll always have the answer. So thank you.
Richard, I hope you and Richard and Jane eventually will go off glowing today. Not because of the heat. But. Okay, recommendation, please. Could I see a show of hands? Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you all for your concentration and sticking with it in a hot day. Yeah, absolutely. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.